Lion of Judah Society.
Okay.
Lion of Judah Society.
Okay.
First words, Hebrew Torah, first words. Shalom, Chaverim, Shalom. Hebrew Torah, first words, Hebrew Torah, first words. Shalom, Chaverim, Shalom. Hebrew Torah, first words for this 49th weekly Torah portion reading and feeding and I and Rastafari sabbatical studies for this sabbatical strong Ki Tetzei. Hebrew first words, we pick up with Deuteronomy chapter 21 from verse 10. First words, Hebrew Torah, first words. Ki Tetzei la milchama al odeka unatano Yahuwah Eloheka beweTah shabita shiba yo. When thou goest forth to battle against thine enemies, and the Yahweh thy Elohim, Eloheka, deliverest them into thine hands, and thou carriest them away captive. Hebrew Torah, first words for this 49th weekly Torah portion reading and feeding I. Manna, angel's bread for this Rastafari sabbatical study, for this sabbatical strong, Ki Tetzei, la milchama al hobeka una kano Yahuwah Eloheka beweTah shabita shibuyo. When thou goest forth, Ki Tetzei, when thou goest forth to battle, Ki Tetzei la milchama. Hebrew Torah first words, Ki Tetzei, Ki Tetzei.
Yes. Erev Tov. Good evening, Laila Tov. Good night, and a Boker Tov. A good morning. Here on the air and in the Irit. Here we have this 49th sabbatical study. So here we're at 49 over 54. Here we're at the third, the third of the seven, or three more. This is the third, right? Got three more Shabuot, 3 more weeks before we are in the fall festival season and the high holiday season. Here we're still in the sixth month, trotting toward the 7th month, first day of the 7th month. We have Yom Teruah, the day of trumpets, right? Ring the alarm, the day of trumpets, sounding the shofar, the ram's horn. This is also referred to as Rosh Hashanah, and we're going to have that discussion at Reason. Hail up to B'rhanas Zion, Zion, war child. Yeah, for that reason, we had some of those questions there. The lunar Sabbath, these kind of questions. When is the Sabbath? Is it about the moon? What about the feast, the festivals? Going to take a Sirach or Ecclesiasticus, right, from the apocryphal books as well. But right here, the shofar. Lift up your voice. Yes. Missed my cue right there. The mic was off. But, they say give ones that smoke. No, according to Torah, we give Yahweh, right, that smoke, the sweet savior of the fire. May he accept I and I fire offering. Yahweh may accept I and I fire offering. So right here between the evenings, Bain Arabim Tobin, here between the evening of the Tuesday, we call it Tuesday evening podcast, as we started study about time and how they thought to change times and laws. We recognize at the present point that we are at right here in the podcast, we would call this like Tuesday evening into the night. But actually, we know that the evening here actually belongs to the next day coming forward, the fourth day of the Shabbat, aka the Wednesday. But here, kind of reflecting on the day. Hopefully, you had a good third day of the Shabbat, aka Tuesday, and the evening psalm right there is this psalm right here. Psalm 82. Psalm 82. Chant.
Mizmor Pevet.
God standeth in the congregation of the mighty.
Elohim nitzav ba'adat el.
He judgeth among the gods.
Bekerev Elohim yishpot.
How long will ye judge unjustly and accept the persons of the wicked? Selah. Defend the poor and fatherless. Do justice to the afflicted and needy. Deliver the poor and needy. Rid them out of the hand of the wicked. They know not, neither will they understand. They walk on in darkness. All the foundations of the earth are out of course. I have said, ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High. But ye shall die like men, and fall like one of the princes. Arise, O God, judge the earth, for thou shalt inherit all nations.
Yes. So here the Hebrew, right? The Hebrew to the English right here. Shema Yisrael. Hear this. Oh.
מזמור פ"ב, מזמור לאסף. אלוהים ניצב בעדת אל, בקרב אלוהים ישפוט. עד מתי תשפטו עוול, ופני רשעים תישאו סלע. שפטו דל ויתום, עני ורש הצדיקו. פלטו דל ואביון, מיד רשעים הצילו. לא ידעו ולא יבינו, בחשיכה יתהלכו, ימותו כל מוסדי ארץ. אני אמרתי, אלוהים אתם, ובני עליון כולכם. אכן כאדם תמותון, וכאחד השרים תיפולו. קומה אלוהים, שפטה הארץ, כי אתה תנחל בכל הגויים.
Psalm 82.
מזמור פ"ב, מזמור לאסף.
God standeth in the congregation of the mighty.
אלוהים ניצב בעדת אל.
He judgeth among the gods.
בקרב אלוהים ישפוט.
How long will ye judge unjustly and accept the persons of the wicked? Selah. Defend the poor and fatherless. Do justice to the afflicted and needy. Deliver the poor and needy. Rid them out of the hand of the wicked. They know not, neither will they understand. They walk on in darkness. All the foundations of the earth are out of course. I have said, ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High. But ye shall die like men, and fall like one of the princes. Arise, O God, judge the earth, for thou shalt inherit all nations, 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 inherit all nations.
Okay.
Yes. Psalm 82, the evening psalm as chanted in the temple of Jerusalem, 70 AD, and by the faithful communities. We have this list of the evening psalms. It's interesting because the evening psalms are both observed, by many of the dispersed in the various Judaic communities, and also by the Israelites of Ethiopia. The very same psalms and the ancient teaching is that these were the psalms that the priests would chant, during the evening. So the evening psalm for the third day, the evening psalm, aka Tuesday. So we're between the evenings here. Now, what's interesting here is between the evenings, right? We have Psalm 82, the evening psalm for the third day of the Shabbat that they call Tuesday. And then for the Wednesday, we have Psalm 94. Now, the interesting thing about the evening psalm is corrupt judges arraigned. Psalm 82, right here, corrupt judges arraigned. Right there. That's still. I don't know if it's gonna be still. Was to defend the poor and fatherless, do justice to the afflicted and needy. Right there we go. Defend the poor, give thanks. Masignalo, Toda, right, Rava. Defend the poor and fatherless. Right, so it's an indictment. Psalm 82 is an indictment against the quote Elohim, or the gods, or in the Hebrew, the Hebraicism and the Hebrew idiom in the context of the roots and culture. This is referring to the judges and the rulers. The judges and rulers. In fact, in this and the previous, especially the previous Torah reading and feeding that we had right here in the season, it's really brought out. It's really brought out very, very clearly. It's really brought out very clearly and very well, right? We touched on two of those particular areas right there, also in Exodus. So we often go through this, but we see others are picking up, also doing their own study, research, homework, and also, are beginning to really understand that the connection of Elohim. Now, ones might say little God and big God. Well, this is a Gentile, kind of a Gentile-minded sort of a thing. It's not so for like Israel in that sense, right? In other words, the judges, they are the agents. We can say the judges, the rulers of Israel in covenant, right? I keep saying in covenant, right? In covenant, the rulers of Israel are likened collectively to the Elohim, right? We have Moshe. We know Moshe, he's called and he will be made an Elohim, that Yahweh Eloheinu made him an Elohim, a God, right? A ruler, a judge, right? To Pharaoh, to Paro, right there as well. There's also other areas that we can see within the scriptures, but what you're seeing on the screen right there is an important indictment. Now, as we go through the Torah readings and feedings, right, and based on the instructions, right, based on the words of command are to defend the poor and the fatherless in the community. We could call this the community rules, the common. What's community? Common unity, right? The community, the common unity rules, and the needy, to deliver the poor and needy and to rid them out of the hand of the wicked. That's their function, right? And Psalm 82 is basically saying that because they are in a state of dysfunction, they're not functioning according to their function, yet they still carry on themselves with this high calling, right? They are the judges. We are the rulers. We are the judges. But you are ratchet. You are wicked. And in the Torah context right there, who is really empowered, right? Only Yahweh truly is empowered to take them out of the position once the whole system gets corrupt. So we have Psalm 82, corrupt judges, the rulers and judges of Israel and Yehuda, right? Arraigned. They're brought into arraignment. So that's the key context, this early verse right here in verses 3 to 4. Let's just do this right here, just briefly, and then we're going to segue to the next psalm. And it happens to be our daily psalm right here, right? And the word Psalm 94. But we're not ready for Psalm 94 just yet, just to go over this again. You recall the verses, fellow disciples, you recall the verses. There's the verses. Um, I recall the verses, but not the numbering right now. But where it says that they shall stand before, right, Yahweh, they will stand before Yahweh, the Elohim. And then it says, and before the priests, right, the priests, the judges, and also the priests, the judges, and the officers. That was the previous shofetim. Shofet is a judge, singular shofet, right? And then we have shoftim. We have the judges, right? And also the shotarim, the officers. So from the previous Torah reading and feeding, the 48th sabbatical study for shoftim, right? Shoftim and shotarim. It says, judges and officers shalt thou make for thee, right? For the thyself in all of your gates. So we see a very clear pattern of law and order. Why? So that there be justice, right? Tzedek, terdot. That there be justice and peace and shalom, right? And well-being within the community, the common unity. So Psalm 82, Mizmor Pei Bet, right? Corrupt judges arraigned, right? As we mentioned before, the interpretation of the Mizmor, Psalm 82, it depends. A true interpretation of Targum, it depends upon the meaning. What is the meaning that's attached to the word Elohim, right? To the word God from the Hebrew perspective, Elohim. More correctly, Elohim, creator, right? Ruler, almighty power, creator, ruler, judge, almighty power. And therefore, that's with Yahweh and being the agents. How are they the agents? Well, as you go through the Torah reading and feeding, even the previous, where it spoke about the priests, hold on for a moment. Let me see if we can get those verses right here. Let's see if we can remember the key words so we can just bring up on the screen the exact verses. The Torah study is very good for memory because sometimes, we don't fully remember, but, iron sharpen iron. So right here, it was before, right? Before, one of them was before the Lord. Hold on for a moment. Before the Lord, right? Then it said the priests, right? One of them said the priests and judges, and the other one said the priests and the officers. That was in, I think, chapter 17, the war laws, right? The war laws. Chapter 17, no, that was the kings for kingship, and then chapter 18, right? So right here, let's see if we can get the verse right here. Boom, boom, right here. Here we go. Let's bring this up, right? To bring out the Torah, right, based justification here, right, or reason for the interpretation. So when we say that the judges spoken of in Psalm 82, right, it even reads kind of different in the KJV, right? In the King James version, right? It kind of reads a little bit different, right? In fact, if you look at the verse, gods or Elohim is twice in first verse, and El is once. El, right? The root of Elohim, to say like the Almighty, the Supreme Almighty One, right? And Elohim, right? So it says Elohim nitzab ba'adat El, right? Elohim, God. Now, the first Elohim in the first part of the verse, it applies to Yahweh, right? Nitzab. Nitzab means to stand. But it's a particular verb that's in the Hebrew. It's not the usual verb, right? When it says nitzab, nitzab. The usual verse, like to say standing, amad, 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 like we say amida, the standing prayer, amad, or to rise up, kum, to rise up to a stand, right? To rise up to stand, right? Kum. But here it says nitzab. Now there's a Torah reading and feeding, chaverim. Stay tuned, stay tuned. It's called nitzabim. Nitzabim. Nitzabim is the plural. So here in this first verse, I know I'm at Deuteronomy 17 and 12, but I have the hard copy in front of me for Psalm 82, because we'll make this connection right here. It says Elohim nitzab. Now, how do we know that Elohim here is not saying gods? In fact, let's get the KJV for a moment. All right, I gotta get the hard copy right here because it's got the screen that I have on there, and go open 2 or 3 books, but we can only have one screen right here at a time. So Psalm 82, right, from the King James Version, a Psalm of Asaph, right, a Psalm of Asaph. We touched on this in the previous Psalm, Asaph, in the time of David, one of the Levites, how David appointed the order and the chorus of Levites to serve, so that all Levites within their lifetime would have opportunity to serve, right? But here it says God in the KJV, God standeth in the congregation of the mighty. Why is it not God's? Right? Why it's not God's? Because some people will tell you that, well, Elohim, Elohim means gods, right? Elohim means gods, right? And doesn't mean gods, but it may be translated into English, a deficient language such as English, as gods, a dubious and somewhat vague language. But the reason why it is God in the singularity, not gods, is because of the verb. The verb is nitzab, nitzab. Nitzab means to stand. In fact, I know I'm all the way over here, but since I'm going into this right here, I always like to, have this so that ones can kind of see it for themselves, right? Like at least basic. Okay, I know stand. We misspelled that. Standeth, the old English standeth, right? Wow. Look over here. So this proves. Wow. This is Chad. This is so interesting, ain't it? Right, we just looked up the other way, right, to bring out from the previous Torah portion, so we can make the point about how the Elohim, right, the title name, right, it's a title, it's a name, but a name, not a personal name, but like a title. A title is a type of name, right? A name is like a noun, person, place, or thing. Get it, right? But here we have stand, right, and here we have the Ahmad, right? So our first reasonment on this first verse, let's get to the first verse right there. And then so it says stand right here. Stand, God stand. There we go. 82 and 1. A psalm of Asaph, Mizmor. Right? We have a Mizmor le Asaph. It says, God standeth in the congregation of the mighty. Elohim nitzab ba'adat el. He stands in the Ada or Ha'eda, right? The Ada. What's Ada? Ada is congregation, the gathering, right? The Ada. Like when all we come together to gather, like to worship in that sense. Yeah. When the sons come forth, as representatives, right, of their families and the representatives of Kol Yisrael, right? So the Ada. So here it says Elohim, bring it out, Elohim, right? But here's the verb, nitzab, right? And the verse is pointed as nitzab, right? Now, nitzab mean he had stood, right? Nitzab, so nitzab, he had stood, right? Nitzab means he is standing. Nitzab, Elohim nitzab ba'adat el, right? In the Ada, right? Stand, take one stand, right? Right. So notice that the word here, standeth. You see the word standeth? Natsab. Root word, natsab. Let's go over here to this verse. So this is beautiful here. At first I didn't want to go there. I said, oh man, gonna have to back up the screen, the window. But I didn't chatter it just went there, and then I got both of these verses here just by looking up the key, God standeth, right? Here, this is the verse we're going to right here to further make the point. That is to bring out more of this point here from Psalm 82, right? It's clear that, so you can see Psalm 82 verses 3-4, defend the poor and fatherless, do justice, afflict the needy, defend the poor and needy, rid them out of the hand of the greedy, out of the wicked, to make it rhyme, but out of the hand of the wicked, right? The wicked greedy. But here, right? The word stand here, let's bring this up right here. The word stand here, right, is amad. So our first point is that the verb that's used in our psalm here, Psalm 82, there we go, right? The verb here is natsab, natsab for stand. You see, it says to take stand, to take one stand, right? But we have to go deeper to get how are both these words simply defined as stand, but they're different, right? So this is the verb, right? Strong's definition brings it out a little bit better here, right, for study and study reference purposes. A primitive root, an Afro-Semitic, African Shemitic, a Shemitic root, right, to station, right, in various applications. Now, how is this different than Ahmad? Ahmad is like kind of literally stand, to endure, to remain, Ahmad, right? Not the usual one, right, that denotes the opposite of sitting. So if you're sitting, right, yashab, yashab, you're sitting, and then you Ahmad, Ahmad, stand. But the word here is nitzab, right? Nitzab conveys the idea, the spirit of this word, nitzab. Here we go, right here, nitzab from natzab. Natzab is the idea of taking up a position. It's like back in the days, there used to be a roots, like a dance or tune. Hold your position, Aya. Hold your position. Hold your position. Hold your position, Aya. Like the hold, like when somebody, like in the military sense, like you hold your position, right? Or you take your stance, right? Taking up a position, right, for a purpose, for a solemn purpose. Not just stand. Yeah, I just stood. I just stood up. I just stand up. No. It's to take your position for a purpose, a solemn purpose, a particular purpose. It's like when soldiers are standing. It's not just the opposite of sitting, but it's taking a position. As we say, attention, and then say at ease, that sense, right? As so the at ease would be like just the amad, you just stood up, right? But the natsab, right, would be taking your position. Now, in the Torah reading and feeding coming forward for nitzabim, now see the nitzabim, beam, the yod meme, the eem, yod, and the meme, the eem, right there. This brings out the sense, right, of the plural, the dual plural in the Hebrew. So Deuteronomy 29 and 9, but I think in the Torah portion is like 29 and 10, right, because of a verse numbering, but this is the Torah portion coming up, Deuteronomy 29 and 9. So when Yisrael took its stand, do we have this over here? Right? Do we have y'all stand? Yeah, we should have it here. Right? We should have it here. Okay, it's actually him not standing up here. Let's see which verb is used here. Ahmad. So you see, this is part of the same passage here. Ahmad, right? To stand, right? Ahmad. But let's go over here, right? We're going to drop down into the passage right here. See, it's verse 10. So in the Hebrew Masoretic Tanakh, from the manuscripts, it's Deuteronomy 29 and 9, but in the KJV, it's 29 and 10. You see what it says? Y'all stand, right? Atem, nitzabim, atem, standing ones, atem is to say you all, y'all, you all collectively, atem. If it was speaking to one man or all as one man, it'll be ata. Atem is like all of y'all, right? Y'all stand this day. So let's get the word natsab. So we made the point right there that it's natsab, right? Natsab, right? Because here where it reads, y'all stand nitzabim atem, right? This day, all of you before Yahweh Elohim, y'all Elohim, speaking to Israel in this sense of you all, y'all. Elsewhere, Yisrael is spoken to all as ata, as one man, right? As in the 10 words, for example. Your captains of your tribes, right? So we have the Rosh, Ras, Rosh, Rashekem, Rashekem, your Rases, your heads, the heads of Shibtekem, or some read this as your captains, your tribes, your elders, and your officers. From the Hebrew, we can read it as your captains, your tribes, your elders, your officers. KJV reads it as your captains of your tribe. So from the Hebrew, it's your captains, your Rashekem, right? Shibtekem, right? Your tribes, right? Ziknekem, your Zakan, your elders, right? And Shotarekem, the Shatas, the Shotarekem, right? And your officers, right? All the men, right? But I think here in Hebrew, let's see right here. Let's look at the Hebrew just quickly right here. It's for a compare and a contrast right here. It says, Atem nitzabim, y'all. Atem, you all. Nitzabim, standing ones. Hayom, the day, to say this day. Atem nitzabim, Hayom, kul kem, all kem, you all. Kul kem, all of you. Lifnei Yahweh Elohei kem, before, in the presence of, Lifnei Yahweh, he who be, Elohei kem, the Elohim of kem, of all of you. Rashekem, the Rases, Rosh Rashekem, right? Your heads, your captains, your Rases, right? Shibtei Kem, your Shebed, Shibtei Kem, right? Ziknei Kem, your Zakains, right? Zakain, a singular, Zakain, the older ones, the elders, right? Ziknei Kem, right? With Shotrei Kem, and your Shadas, I call them the Shadas, the officers, Shoter, right? Shotrei Kem, right? Right? Call, right? All, the entirety, ish. But here's what's interesting. Though it's speaking to them in the plural, the final part where it says all men, you see the English says all men. They don't say anshim. It says ish. Ish. There it is. There he is. Ish. Right? Call ish. All man. Right? All man, Yisrael. Right? All man of Israel. So though here it's speaking to Yisrael, in a you all sense, a y'all sense, a use and y'all sense. At the end of the verse, it says call ish, right? All. So what it's telling us from this one verse here, from the language of the Hebrews, you know what I'm saying, and from the context of what's being said, is y'all, all of us, atem nitzabim, are standing before Yahweh Elohei Kem, Eloheinu, our Elohim. Breaking it down, our Rases, the Rases are captains or chiefs or heads, or Roshe Kem, right? The tribes, right? Shibte Kem, right? The elders, Zikne Kem, right? The officers, Shotre Kem, right? This fourfold structure. You see the fourfold structure, the order, right? The captains, the heads, right? The tribes, right? The elders, right? The officers, right? And then it says all man of Yisrael, like all as one man of Yisrael, right? All as one man. And then it goes on to then say, your little ones, your wives, thy stranger that's in the camp, from the hewer of thy wood to the drawer of thy water, that thou shouldest enter into covenant, into Barit, right, with Yahweh Eloheka. Now notice in verse 12, it goes back to Yahweh is your Elohim, speaking to all of Israel as one man. It began off right here where it says, Lord, your God, Yahweh Elohim, y'all Elohim. Now over here, it says that thou, so the thou there is speaking to all as one man. So it went from the plural sense of you all in the language, right, to the singular sense, call Ish Yisrael, all man. So in the KJV, it says all men. That's false. It's all man, ish, higher man, man of responsibility, man of standing, not Adam. And it says call Adam, regular average man, any man, right? But ish, right? Higher man, man of responsibility, right? Adam, rank and file, basic man. But here it says that thou, Ata, should enter into covenant with Yahweh Loheka, into his oath, that Yahweh Eloheka maketh with thee this day. So notice here, this is the Deuteronomy where we're sealing up Deuteronomy in this fifth book of Moshe right here, right? So there was the covenant, right? There was a covenant at Sinai, still in effect. It's still in effect, the Horeb, right? But here with this generation is about to enter into the land. In other words, this generation, right, the younger generation, Yahweh Jah call upon the youths because they are strong. This generation here in the Torah narrative, right, that we have here in Deuteronomy chapter 29, right, is the children, right, of the 40-year wandered to death generation, their fathers. So Yahweh brought out their fathers, right, out of Mizraim, but because of their putting Yahweh to the test over and over and their lack of credit, their lack of faith, you know what I mean? And they're shirking the work, wanting to go back into Mizraim. Yahweh about to destroy them. Moshe plea bargain. They got a year for a day and the 40 years. But this generation here that's being spoken to is their children. Right? The children, remember? He says, visiting iniquity. But with this generation, he didn't have to visit the iniquity because this generation here, the youths here in the narrative in Torah, they're right on. They're ready to go. So at this particular point, because they're ready to go and they've shown and proven, right, so far in the battles, in the obedience, in the prayer, in the keeping the vows, that they already have proven as we come out of Numbers here, the last part of Numbers into Deuteronomy. So the Exodus generation is the one that got the birth of the nation covenant at Sinai. That's what we get at Sinai covenant right there. That's still in effect. But going into the land, right? There has to be terms and conditions on going into the land. See, Yahweh was promising them that, saying, yes, this is what he's come to do. But they were questioning that promise. That's why they wanted to send spies into the land so we can really see. Can we really see what Yahweh is saying if it's really true? Then they got a bad report. They believed the bad report, right? And the rest was a wrap. So when it says here, I heard some people say, oh, well, this is a different covenant. Well, yes, it is, but it does not abrogate the previous covenant. And it's important to understand what a covenant is, right? And how sometimes with a covenant, you might have another covenant, like because we signed this agreement right here, and this agreement is good, and we agreed to this, we might sign another agreement that continues or builds on the previous agreement. I heard some one-to-ones reason about it in some ways, and I immediately understood that they might have a basic idea, just a basic idea, but they're not really studying it, and getting the detail. Because that's why when it says that thou should enter into the covenant, somebody said, well, didn't Israel already enter into the covenant? And look, the stranger is there. Okay. But the reason why is because they're about to go into land. Their forefathers, those who were brought out of Mizraim, they didn't get this far. They didn't get this far, right? Before Yahweh was about to destroy them and Moshe plea bargained for them, right? That's why it says that thou should enter into the covenant with Yahweh Eloheka and into his oath, right? That Yahweh Eloheka maketh with thee this day, right? So Yahweh is making an oath with this generation that's about to do what their forefathers had not done, and that is enter into the land, right? And be suited and booted, right, to do the work of faith. The work of faith for the generation would be war. Interesting concept, right? The work of faith of this generation would be war. It's interesting the consciousness today when a lot of us and people, they reason on the Torah and the scripture and the Bible. Oh, there's war, they're killing these people, they're taking their land. Oh my God. How could this be God? I say, how could it not be God? Right? You know what I mean? The devil wants us in this kind of passive kind of thing, right? So the other people did it, right? And now we're just waiting for them just to undo it. The world doesn't work that way. It does not. It says power concedes nothing without a demand, right? Be that as it may, that he may establish thee today for a people for himself. Because you have to recognize that the other generation that had entered into the Horeb or the Sinai covenant, they already had violated the terms and conditions a few times, like 10 times. Yahweh said 10 times they had did this. Remember the molten calf incident? And there was this thing, and they're grumbling and complaining. And can Yah, is he amongst us? Is he really with us? And this is the same people that saw it. But you know what? In reality, sometimes it can be that way. People can see, right? Since we're creating this image after his likeness, right? People can see the good works, that you may do for them, so forth. It's on how you're there. And then when they need something again, they're doubting whether you can do it. Whether you're even willing. You was willing before. You didn't grumble or complain before. You did it. But they something about victim mentality. Because you have to remember that, and it's not making an excuse for that Exodus generation, but of course Yahweh knows better. Is that they came out they from like a victimized captivity. Somebody come out of captivity. Where they were not fully able to exercise the rights, one might say, of a man, of a human being, of a man, or of a sovereign, right? Well, now is their opportunity. But Yahweh gives strict rules and regulations, right? He says that he may establish thee today for a people to himself, right? This new generation. So it's not as though the Sinai covenant is not in effect. It's still in effect. But the terms for the inheritance, for getting the land, the terms and conditions, is like the landlord. The landlord. Remember, Yahweh is not only the landlord for Israel and the other nations, because it's his. He's the creator. You see what I'm saying? He's the judge, right? But he's not only the landlord, but he was a redeemer, right? For Israel. He was a redeemer. He brought them out. Right? He freed them up. He could have just freed them up and say, hey, just do what you want to do. Do what you will, and just go about, So no. There was more, because he had, what the Yahweh says, he had made a covenant with Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov, right? With the patriarchs. We say the Hebrew Trinity, patriarchs, right? That he may establish thee today for a people to himself, right? This new generation, that he may be to thee, right? Elohim, right? Creator, ruler, judge, right? As he hath said to thee, and conjunction, what is your function? And as he had sworn, right? Notice the word here for swear here, right? As he had sworn, right? To thy fathers, to who? To Abraham, to Yitzhak, and to Yaakov. So in a sense, Yahweh tells the people that, listen, I'm not really doing this for you in that sense. I'm doing this because I promise your ancestors, right? It's about the ancestors of the Israelites, namely Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov. I promise your ancestors, right? Neither with you only do I make this covenant, right? And this oath. Notice the oath, right? The oath is Allah. Allah. There's your Allah. Allah is an oath. It's an oath of a covenant, but it can also be a curse, because it's a consequence if you don't keep your part of the agreement, and can be an extrication. That's why he says a bracha, a blessing, and a kalala, a consequence or curse. So here's the Allah. Here's your Allah. Allah is an imprecation. Often notice that elsewhere how this word is translated, right? The word Allah, right? So if you say Allah, that's the same God. It's the Abrahamic. All these are Abrahamic. No, the ones we see that being Abrahamic is what ones might call Yahadut or Judaism. That's according to Torah, right? And the way of Messiah, right, or Christ, right, that is according to the teaching of the master, of the namesake, right, and according to the gospels, all right? The other stuff, so Mohammedanism, this is also Abrahamic. Nah, you have to kick rocks on that. You know what I mean? You could, let's say you fooled me once, and then, when you fooled, you just can't be fooled again. You know what I'm saying? On that level right there, all right? So here, notice how the word Allah, that is actually Allah. Here's your Allah. Curse, cursing, extrication, oath, swearing. You see, the translator did something funny right here. Right? This is where we get funny doctrines and theologies where people kind of deep in on the translator's interpretation. Right? Even though the translator's interpretation, some places is right and accurate. It's good. Right? But study to shew yourself approved, right? So Allah, right, come from Allah, to swear, to curse, right, to swear, to take an oath. Notice what it says. It says take an oath before. So his oath is the oath that the Bnei Yisrael, this new generation, took before Eloheinu, right? Right? To curse, to put under an oath. In other words, it's like to adjure. Notice what it says right here. Strong says, getting to the root verb, Allah, Allah, right? Allah, right? It says that is usually in a bad sense. To imprecate, right? So our power sovereign is not called Allah, right? I know some of the Israelites say Allahayim. Nah. You got to kick rocks on that. You don't know what you're saying, right? You don't know what you're doing. You don't know what you're saying. Stop it, right? To adjure, right? Usually in a bad sense, to imprecate. To imprecate is like to adjure, can be to curse, to swear. You swear, like I swear on my, people say, I swear on my this, I swear on this person, that person's life, this person, wow. That kind of a thing right there. It's like causing something in a bad sense, right, to be as a consequence vis-a-vis. So what this should have really said is, neither with you only do I make this covenant, right, and this curse, and this swearing, like, and if you don't do this, remember we went through the Torah reading, and said that, well, if you don't do this, if you don't kick them out, they're going to be like thorns in your sides and pricks, pricks in your eyes. They're going to like juke out your eyes. You know what happened to Shimshon, to Samson, right? How he lost his vision. You know what I mean? But with him that standeth, notice the word here now is amad. Amad. Notice how the verb changed for standing, right? For the Israelites, it was nitzab. Why? Because as we have in Psalm 82, verse 1, right, the verb, as we study it, it shows us what the true spirit of it is. It's taking up a position for a solemn purpose. Here in Deuteronomy chapter 29, from verse 10, right, it's of Yisrael. The Beit Yisrael, the Beta Israelites, right, are standing, right, to ratify the covenant. It's almost like, it's like graduation day. Let's call it graduation day. It's like graduation day. Like say, let's take like the police academy or the military in that sense. When you're ready now to get your rank and you're ready now to go into service. You went through the training, right? They went through the training, right? In the wilderness, they wilded out. Their fathers wilded out. The next generation learned from the mistakes of their forefathers. They're wilding out, right? They are more obedient, right? They are showing improving. When we can actually compare their children, what the children accomplished through faith and obedience and putting in that work, and then what the fathers did. It's an interesting contrast, right? That's why it says for a generation and a generation. Right, Moshe was there with the previous generation, the forefathers coming out of Mitzrayim and in Mitzrayim, and then he's here, right, with his new generation, and he's given them his kind of like affidavit, his advice, like a farewell statement, but it's also re-emphasized. That's what's called Deuteronomy, repetition of the law. So it's a repetition, right? Not like people make you think. They say, well, the book was found later on. They didn't even have it at one time in Josiah's time, and they found it in the wall. Yeah, that happened. That's why we wrote it there, because it happened, right? But it's not that the book first came out then, right? This is the most ridiculous thing, right? Because what they're doing is they're not really going into the narrative. What is the narrative actually telling us? It's like watching a movie or a series, right? It's almost like when you really know what's going on, you like, these other opinions that are popular academic opinions, it's almost like they just totally missed like episodes, a bunch of episodes they just miss. And they just make him believe. But you saw these episodes and you're like, no, that didn't happen like that. No, he didn't do that. That was a lie. What are you looking at? So here, and looking at this right here, with him that standeth here with us. Notice, with those who are with us, it's the Ahmad standing, right? To the children of Israel, who are us, right? Notice it is the Natsab standing. See, that's the important distinction right there, right? Because it speaks about these, right? And then it says that all of these are like one man called Ish Israel. False translation, all men. It should be all Ish, called Ish, all higher men. These are higher men, right? The men who are captains, there's a higher responsibility to them, right? Right? There's a responsibility to the tribes collectively, right? Because each tribe is to have what? Judges and officers in all their gates. So therefore, if they didn't have, if you went to next tribe and you found out, man, there's no judge anywhere around here. This tribe is ratchet. This tribe has a poor credit, rating, right? Poor faith rating. They are not carrying out, right? And there's consequences to that. That's why he says a covenant and an Allah, and an Allah, a covenant and an Allah, right? And a curse. It's a consequence. The elders are higher men, right? In position in society, to whom more is given. You know that one, to whom more is given, more is required. And your officers. All of these are like one man. That's why it says, call Ish, Israel. Translation there, which says men of Israel, is false, right? Then it shifts in the next verse to your little ones, right? Your little ones, your wives, and thy stranger that is in thy camp, right? Everybody from the hewer of thy wood to the drawer of thy water. Some people say this is a class system. That's interesting. You know what I mean? Yes, there is some class system, but this is not really it. But in a sense, in a general sense, yes. Let's just go on, right? That thou shouldest enter into the covenant, right? That thou. Notice there's a difference between your, right? What in other words, there's a difference between you and what is yours. Right? See, you may have responsibility. The house is in your name. There's other people who live in the house and they benefit from the house, right? But on the contractual paper, your name is on it, right? You see what I'm saying? That's the sense right there. That's why it goes into the singular sense in verse 12, that thou, right? All as one man, that thou shouldest enter into covenant. So basically, it's saying to the sons, to the mandam, because it says he will visit the iniquity of the fathers upon the sons and the sons' sons. It doesn't say the iniquity of the father and the mother upon the daughters and the sons. No, it says iniquity of the fathers upon the sons and the sons' sons. Based on the principle, to whom more is given, right? More is required, that thou shouldest enter. So that means if others mess up, yes, that's a mess up, do crimes or sins, and it needs to be regulated. But it's more so, right, when your chief people do, right? That's why Psalm 82, we haven't lost sight of that. Corrupt judges, corrupt rulers, corrupt judges, right? The chief men, the responsible men of the society, right? That he may do what? That he may establish you, right? We went through that already. But it says, neither with you only do I make this covenant and oath. So we just want to zoom in on this word Allah. Where's Allah? Because some say it's all the same, and some even say, yes, Allahayim. That's how we say Elohim. You hear one say Allahayim, right? Allah what? Is this Allah? This Allah right here? See, BDB gives you it when it says oath of the covenant. It is saying this because of the translation understanding, right? But the actual word is curse. You see what I'm saying? Execration, right? The imprecation, right? That's why everywhere the word is translated, it's usually as curse, cursing, execration, and swearing, right? But then they have oaths. Remember when Yeshua said, swear not? Swear not. I swear on my, stop it. It's a bad habit, right? But with him that what? Standeth here. So Israel is nitzabing, and others are amadim, right? Or amadim, right? Are standing, right? Two different types of standing. They're standing where? With us, right? It's just like you go in, remember the house example? Okay, the house and the land, the property is in your name. You got family, others who they may even have their houses on your land, right? But it's in your name, right? So you may have to go to court. They stand here with you, but you are the responsible one. If you answer stupidly or lie or deceptively, it's going to affect everybody, right? In that sense. That's why it says standeth here with us, right? And it uses a different word for standing. This is beyond where many of the other, are at this time, with their studies, but hopefully they'll get there because they're making some really foolish and contradictory doctrines. You know what I mean? By not really studying deeper and saying, well, the King James, King James is the black man. Okay, even if so, let's just grant that, right? It doesn't mean that the translation is better than the original. Check, right? Before Yahweh, our. Notice what it says, our, right? So they stand here with us, right? So it's like you say to the older child, the responsible child, like you are responsible for the other children. You can say, well, they did such and such. It's like, but I kept, but put you in charge, right? So Israel is still in charge, right? This day before Yahweh Eloheinu, and also with that not here, with the one that's not here this day, right? For y'all know how we dwelt in the land of Mitzrayim. Notice Moshe is talking, right? Moses is talking. Moses says, know how he's speaking about him and their fathers, their daddies, right? Their forefathers, right? You know how we have dwelt, not how y'all, because they never dwelt in the land of Mitzrayim. The majority of the generation was born out there over the 40 years, right? And also, what do y'all know? You know how we came through the nations, right? That y'all passed by. There was other nations. There were different nations they had run into. Some nation they had to bang on the Canaanites, they had to bang on the Amorites. You remember when their forefathers, right, after they had broke the covenant, right, and was about to be destroyed, but Moses plea bargain, they acted like they repented. And so there's a sense of false repentance even there. A very good example. They said, okay, yeah, we wrong because y'all said you're not going to go into the land. And they're like, oh, okay, well, now we do it. Like a child. Like you told them to do something, they didn't do it, then they recognize the consequence. Okay, I'll do it now, right? And Moses warned them, and they went up, right, to go up into the land. They ran into the Amorites and the Canaanites, and they chased them like bees. But then their children, right? Their children did it the right way, right? And they kicked ass and they took names, right? The Canaanites, we beat them. We beat Heshbon. We beat Og. We beat, who's that Sihon, the Sihon guy, Sissy boy. We beat Sisera, as well. What I mean? That's the nations that we have passed by and have seen the abominations and their idols, right? Wood and stone, silver and gold, which are amongst them, right? And then it gives a warning. So see, here's the part, verse 18, where it gives that warning. Here's where there's a covenant, right? And here's where there's the Allah. There's the Allah, right? There's the curse, right? Lest there should be among you man or woman or family, right? A family. People say family is all important. Family is very important, right? But not above, Yahweh's word, his way, truth, and life, right? Family or tribe whose heart, whose mind turneth away this day from Yahweh Eloheinu. Right? So saying to those who are called, who are standing at attention, the captains, the heads, what I'm saying, the officers, the elders, right? Because they have to be the ones to regulate, right? Turneth away this day from Yahweh Eloheinu, our Elohim. So even it's making a distinction, right, between our Elohim, right, and the others, even if they are born Israelites with genealogy and pedigree. Wasn't the ones who were about to be destroyed, right, who wanted to go back to Mitzrayim after the evil report about the land, that slandered the land, right? Wasn't they of the pedigree, right? But they wasn't of Eloheinu, of our Elohim. They had already turned aside, right, to go and serve, right, the Elohim, the gods, same word, right? The Elohim of these nations. There's the same word, but a different context, a different spirit. Lest there should be among you a root that beareth gall, right, and wormwood, right? This is bringing this point out right here. And it come to pass when he heareth the words of this what? Allah. Now notice over here, you see how they're doing in the translation? Over there they say his oath, and they say the covenant and the oath, right? But usually there's a different word for oath that's used. That's the Shabbat, right? But here it uses the word Allah, right? And they're Allah, right? That's why it is Elohim and not Allahayim. Check, right? That he bless himself in his heart, So somebody doing the wrong thing and say, big up yourself, bless yourself in your heart, in your own way of thinking, right? Delude yourself, right? Saying, I shall have peace. Shall have what? I shall have shalom, shalom, right? Although I walk in the imagination, right? The imagination, the sharirut, the stubbornness, sharirut, in the sharirut, right? Root out all the sharirut, right? The stubbornness, hardness, the firmness of my mind, to add drunkenness to thirst. Wow. Ain't that something? Right? You would think it was to add drunkenness to thirst. Wow. Imagination, stubbornness, right? The drunken to the thirsty, right? The Hebrew sense is the drunken to the thirsty. So you can see right here, right? You see right here where it says the words of this Allah, the words, not this oath, right? As they translated elsewhere, but the more proper word right here, curse, a consequence, right? Like those kind of bad vows, like I swear upon my such and such, right? May I something happen to me or my children or somebody else. I mean, but for Israel, this is the words of the consequence. This is what will happen to you, right? And Yahweh will not spare him, right? But then the anger of Yahweh and his zealousy shall smoke, right? Shall what? Smoke. We talk about the smoke, right? Shall smoke against that man, and all the curses, and all the what? And all the Allah, right? Let me just go right here for a moment. Let's go here for a moment. Let me look at this word right here where it says it shall smoke against right, and ha Allah. Okay, I thought I was gonna say like in the plural sense Allahayim. I would be like, I gotcha, fully gotcha. But here it has this word ha Allah, right? It's not curses, it's of the curse, right? All collectively as one, and all the curse that are written, right, in this book shall lay up on him, and Yahweh shall blot out his name. It's interesting because we're coming up to Yom HaKippurim, and in the tradition of what the Torah says, this is the time where we well wish one another, that one's name will be sealed up in the book of life for a good sealing. May your name be written there in the book of life. But there's, with the whole theme of Yom HaKippurim, there's a way of understanding it, that if it's not either or, everyone's name is going to be written in one or the other book for the next Shana, for the next year, right? Either in the book of life or the book of death, right? But the idea of his name, a person's name being blotted out. Even Moshe talked about Yahweh having a book, right? That's interesting, isn't that Moshe understood and knew that Yahweh has a book, and he's like, blot out my name, right? And Yahweh was like, listen, the one that did the wrong gets the punishment. It shouldn't be that way. You know what I mean? And Yahweh shall separate him to evil out of all the tribes of Israel, according to all the curse, right? The curses, right, of the Allah, once again, the Allah of the covenant, right, that are written in this book, right, in this book of Torah, right? Now, when you talk about, well, Christ, he has become a curse for us, and he has taken that out of the way, all the curses that was written against us. This is what it's talking about, y'all. This is what it's talking about. It's not talking about the 10 words, right? It's not talking about the 10 words falsely called the 10 commandments. It's not talking about that. And as we read on, we'll see that, and there's more to it when we can get into it more then, right? But that that this book that Moshe wrote, right, before he seals up his affidavit, his testimony, his testifying, his witness, and going over the Torah, the direction, instructions to this new generation, he seals up the book, and the book is put in the side of the ark. It's It's not put in the ark. What's in the ark is the 2 tablets of Yahweh's witness, where he wrote the 10 words that he spoke, right, to all Israel that was gathered at Horeb, at Sinai. That's why it says that this is not like what was said at Sinai, right, to that generation. Sinai is still in effect, but that was your fathers, right? They didn't get to this point to enter into the land. And because you are of your fathers, there's these conditions of the consequences. Y'all need to know what the consequences are, right? Straight up, right? And then that's why it says, so that the generation to come of your children that shall rise up after you, and the stranger. You see the distinction? And the who? And the Nokri, the foreigner, the alien, right? Not the Gir, but the Nokri, that shall come from a far land, right? Shall say when they see the plagues of that land and the sickness that Yahweh hath laid up on it, more correctly, the sickness that he has laid upon her being the land, right? Well, with Yahweh have made it sick. You know, some parts, sometimes you see a place that, even in Africa and some parts of the world, that's very green, and then you see the desert right over there. You know, that's why there's so much oil that comes from the desert, because it is said that the oil is the byproduct, right, of previous civilizations, right, that were there, that sunk down into the sand, right? The whole land thereof, brimstone and salt, burning, right? It is not sown nor beareth, right, nor any grass groweth therein. You know, now it's an amazing thing going on, making green the desert, right? Making green the desert. That's a part of the bracha too, right? Making green the desert, right? But here's under the consequence. Therein, like the overthrow of Sodom and Amorah, Admah and Zobaim, right? That Yahweh overthrew in his anger and his wrath. Even all nations shall say, all the other nations say, wherefore? They'll be asking why. Why hath Yahweh, the Elohei Yisrael, the God of Israel, done this to this land? What is the heat of this great anger? Why is he so, like, what's the reason why he's so angry with them that he would do this to the land? Then men shall say. So the answer to that is because they have forsaken the covenant of Yahweh, the Elohei, right, of Abotekem, of their fathers, their patriarchs, that he made with them when he brought them forth out of the land of Mitzrayim. For they went and served other Elohim and worshiped them, Elohim whom they knew not, and whom he had not given to them. That's an interesting statement, right? They served Elohim that they knew not, and Elohim that he had not given them. So does Yahweh give them Elohim? Well, according to the principles even that bring out the proper interpretation of Psalm 82, yes, the judges and officers right there, who had not given to them any portion, right? Who he had not divided to them, right? And you can, let's go on just so you can get what Christ, what Moshiach did away with, according to the Brit Chadasha. And the anger of Yahweh was kindled against this land, to bring upon it all the curses. Right? Now notice the word here for curse changes up. It's the kalala, because we have the whole chapter about the blessing and the curses. Remember earlier, the blessing and the curses, right? That are written in this book. And what happened? And Yahweh rooted them out of the land in anger, right? Rooted. Notice what it says, not just took them, but rooted, right? It's almost like natash, to expel, to pluck up, not just to cut down. That you cut down, vegetation, but sometimes with some vegetation, you have to actually pull it out the earth. You have to root it up, right? Yahweh rooted them up out of the land in anger and in wrath and in great indignation, and cast them into another land, right? As it is this day. Right? And here's the interesting part. Remember how Paul quotes this? I don't know if you know, Paul quotes this, right, in the New Covenant. The secret, right? The secret, to say the secret, right? What's the secret right here? The satar. The secret is to Yahweh Eloheinu. So there are secret things that are known to him. There's secret things. We don't intrude, into his secret things. It's like not going into your parents' bedroom. the principle there, right? It's a secret thing, right? But those that are revealed to us, those that are what? Revealed to us and to our children and to our sons, our children, right? Forever, that, right, we may do all the words, right, of this. Notice saying this Torah, this direction instruction. Now, later on, it tells us how Moshe, right, would write them down. So we say, well, who wrote these things? Who wrote these things? Moshe, it says he wrote them down, right, in a book, in a sefer, right, and he put it in the side, right, of the ark, right. So when we go to the new covenant sections, we talk about the curses that were against us, how he took away those things that were written, right. This, through a diligent study, we can see exactly what we're speaking about. Not talking about the 10 words, right? Not speaking about any of that, right? So here, this is just to elaborate on this part here, but simply put right here about the psalm right here. But it's kind of building on Shoftim, right? Once again, on Shoftim, the previous, right? Judges and officers. Why is judges and officers important? As we mentioned before, back in the days, it used to be that, anyone in the community, when Black people truly had community, we really don't have community by and large. There might be some areas where people are like a community, but by and large, we talk the Black community. No, it's the Black neighborhoods. It's the Black neighborhoods, right? Let's get the word right. By calling community is lying to ourselves. We don't have that community like before, right? And notice, even before, it still reflected more Torah principles. You know what I mean? There was a regard for the elders, right? And even those who were elders knew that they had to carry themselves as elders. Or everyone knew that, no, that's not an elder, that's just an older person. Right? That person's ratchet. You know what I mean? People understood that. You know what I'm saying? And Lord, they didn't harm anybody, they didn't harm them, but they knew that that's not the one. But there were others in the community, right, who, in other words, the whole village kind of community raising the children. Well, that's the same sense that's being brought forward, right, in these directions, instructions. And although it might be a lot of like so-called legal or Torah kind of thing, like, okay, and he's saying that again, but when you can get your mind, I hope and pray that your mind can be able to kind of parse it, right, and really go through it, because then you'll see, even in a little, right, a lot of benefit. So here is a psalm, evening psalm, a psalm of Asaph. So this will remember by Elohim, right? In the verse, it's Elohim Nitzab, not Nitzabim, as we had in Deuteronomy chapter 29, KJV, verse 10. He standeth in the congregation, right, Ba'adat El. Now notice when it says the mighty. You see where the word mighty is? The word mighty is El. They could have translated as God. They could translate as Almighty, but they say mighty. you get that right there, right? Instead of saying Almighty, right? So it should read that Elohim, singularity, right? Speaking of Yahweh, Nitzab, standeth, Ba'edat, in the congregation, right? Ba'edat El, in the Edat, the Edah of El. What does this mean? Well, the Hebrew, the Hebraic is El, right? The Afro-Shemitic is El, right? El. And assembly, this congregation is an assembly. It's an assembly that's convened by the all-powerful. Who is the all-powerful here in this part of the verse? It's the mighty. See, because otherwise some people might think, oh, it's about the mighty ones or the mighty this, the mighty that, Mighty Mouse or something like that. No, it's something about El, right? The all-powerful, right? So basically it's saying that Yahweh is standing, right, in his own congregation, right? In his own congregation. This congregation has been convened for a purpose that he has called, like he has called his sons, right, together, right? Because it's a time of judgment. This is almost like a judgment day, right? And the second part says, he judgeth amongst the gods. Bikareb Elohim Yishpot. So what's interesting about this verse here, notice in the first part of the verse, it has God with the capital G. And in the second part of the verse, it has God with a lowercase g. Right? I know people like to do this, like not capital G, but lowercase g. But we don't really have that, right? In the Yehudit and in the Ivrit, we don't really have that there, right? What we have is the spirit, right? The spirit of the word, right? The spirit of the sense. So when it says he, notice what it says he. Who is the he? The same Elohim that needs stop. You see, the second part tells that it's not Elohim they, right? But it's Elohim he. Elohim he standeth in the congregation of El, in the congregation of the all-powerful one, right? The Almighty, right? And it is he, even he who he be, big Kareb, right? The Kareb is like in their midst, amongst them, Kareb, big Kareb, right? In the midst, right? Which is an interesting sense. The context can be like, okay, in the midst of this assembly, but also he judges within the midst, right, of man, within the heart of man. He judges the man in himself, right? Right, the seat of thought and emotion as we get into the other levels of Kareb. But just in the context here, right, he judges big Kareb Elohim, right, in the midst of Elohim. So now Elohim here, right, is being used in the plural sense. Now notice what it says right here, plural. It says when it's used as a plural, it's speaking to the rulers, the judges, right? When we say divine ones, it's the ones in the Israelite covenant sense that have that duty responsibility, like the judges, the officers, as well as the priests, as well as the priests and the elders chiefly, right? So right there, so here is saying that he is the one who is judging, right, among they, right? So notice the term Elohim is used in a twofold sense, right? That's why when we talk about not about the letter of the law will tell you that it's maybe both gods, or it's talking about, whatever. But the Hebrew sense, the Hebrew mind, the HD, the Hebrew definition tells us based on the verbs, right, who is being spoken of. He is judging in the midst of the judges. In the Judaic versions, they usually have in the English judges because of understanding that the Elohim for judges is found in Exodus 21 and 6, in Exodus 22, verse 7, verse 8, verse 27, and in 1 Samuel chapter 2, verse 25. Again, the Elohim, right, in the sense of judges, right, can be found, right, in Exodus chapter 21, verse 6, Exodus chapter 22, verse 7, verse 8, and verse 27, and First Samuel chapter 2, verse 25. Verse 25. I don't know if I said 23 before, but 1 Samuel chapter 2, verse 25. The word here, Elohim, right, it occurs in a judicial connection. It's based on the principle that the judgment is Elohim's. The judgment is the creator, the ruler, the judge, right? According to Deuteronomy chapter 1, verse 17, right? So chapter 1, verse 17 of Deuteronomy gives the principle that the judgment is Elohim's, right? And therefore, these gods, or more correctly, judges or Elohim that are being judged. It's interesting when you go to Exodus chapter 21 and 6 and 22, and I think 7, 8, and 27, they actually don't translate the word gods like they do here. They actually translate it as judges, just to point that out right there, which is the correct interpretation of that, right, from the true spirit, right, of the Hebrew scriptures, right? But now over here, if you just put that he judges among the judges, boom, you know what I mean? We would have it right here. He judges, right? Right? He judges among the judges. This has been brought out very clear. One would understand, right? I have said ye are judges, right? But then, of course, literally they say gods, right? And it does mean Elohim. But these are the men who administer and are called and have the responsibility and the honor to administer justice. That's why it says Tzedek Terdof in the previous Torah portion for Shoftim. Justice, thou must pursue. Pursue justice, right? Or that which is altogether just, right? Thou shalt follow, right? Are considered to be his agents. They exercise a divine or an Elohim, a creator, a ruler, and a judge-like function, a divine slash Elohim-like function, right? And as such, they have his title name, his title attribute name, Elohim, his function, right? Name attached to them. This is why, right? Just understanding that right right over there, right, is the reason why, as we go on, it says, defend the poor and fatherless, do justice, afflicted and needy. Because the next verse says, what? How long will you judge unjustly and respect the persons of the wicked? Right? Leviticus 19 and 15 says, thou shalt not respect the persons, right, of the poor, right, nor favor the person of the mighty. You know, when it says person, it's really talking about face in the Hebrew. The person is talking about the face. Right? So what it's saying is that we're not to have facial recognition in judgment. So I'm a judge, and this is my friend. Now a case is brought, and I say, "Oh man, this is my friend. He couldn't do this. I know him since grade school and everything like that." Right? That is just the corruption that Yahweh is condemning, even right here. Right? Elohim's indictment to their partiality. So you're partial to this one because you say, "Oh no, he couldn't have done that. Oh no, that's my friend. That's my relative. That's my brother." You know, whatever the relationship is. So respect of persons, right, is actually saying having facial recognition. Right? Having facial recognition. Let's prove it to you right here. You see what it says, how long will you judge unjustly and accept? Right? Accept nasa. Nasa is to lift up. Nasa. How long will you lift up the panim? Panim, fanim is face. Face person. Right? Face person. How long will you lift up the faces of the who? The Rasha. Rasha, or Rishaim. Right? Of the defiant ones, the criminal ones, the criminally guilty ones. Right? It's like we talk about law. They let you got money, they'll let you go, but if you don't, you'll do time for yourself and others. You do other people's time, right? This is what's being asked, and it goes on to say, defend the poor and fatherless. In other words, now they're being reminded about what they're supposed to be doing, right? Judge, right? So the verb in two senses, they indicate the word judge. It indicates, you see the word defend right here? Let me point it out. Defend is shafat. Shafat means to judge. So they put the word defend there, but really it's judge. Judge, right? Judge, in other words, vindicate. Stop condemning the poor. Stop condemning the fatherless, right? But vindicate them, right? See, in judgment, let's scroll down here again. See what it says to judge? Strong's bringing out best here. That is to pronounce sentence. Now, if the judgment is Elohim's according to Deuteronomy 1:17, then what has Elohim said? That's what you pronounce. Oh, but this is my friend. I know him. I know her. They couldn't have done this. And this person here, this poor, dirty rat. That's why James, remember James, the book of James? He said, if one man come into your congregation and he's wearing like trash clothing. That's not how they translate it, but because they said the next guy coming with the gay, pause, apparel, the gay clothing, right? But it was one person come in, they poor, right? You can tell by their clothing. And the other person comes in and they have expensive. Oh, is he wearing a such and such and such? My goodness. Hey friend, come over here. Here's a good seat for you. You wearing the cheap stuff. You sit over there. Right? He says, are you not partial? Are you not impartiality? Right? And worse of all, and you are judge. You are judged. My gosh, right? So when it says to judge, right, the poor and fatherless, pronounce sentence in favor, right? Because obviously they have been against the poor, right? To vindicate, right? To vindicate the poor. Stop punishing the poor. You know what I'm saying? This is the sense that's being brought out when it says defend. So we see judge in two senses here, right? How long will you judge? Look over here. Shafat. So they bring it out in verse 2 as shafat. But over here with defend is actually shafat, to judge the poor and fatherless. You can't judge me. You see how that can have a twofold sense now? You can't judge me. You can't vindicate. Okay, I won't vindicate you. You know what I mean? So you know what I mean? But to defend is to judge, right? Render sentence, pronounce judgment from Yahweh's word, right? That is in their favor. Do justice. Do what? Do justice. Sadak. Do righteousness. Make the righteous choice. To who? To the afflicted, right? The afflicted and needy. You see, they even tell us here, defend is judge. right? Deliver. What? Deliver the poor and needy, rid them out of the hand of the wicked. Now, in order to rid somebody out of somebody's hand, palat means to cause them to escape, cause them to slip away, right? Cause them to slip away, right? Right? The poor and needy out of this bad situation with the rich and greedy, and rid them, rid them. Natsal. Natsal means snatch, means to snatch them, snatch them. Out of the who? Out of the hand, the yad, the hand, the manipulation. The word manipulate, mano, mani. I think in Latin, one of them means hand. Manipulate, right? The manipulation of the ratchet, of the rasha, of those who you should be pronouncing as guilty, right? But this is not what you do, right? Right? That's why it goes on and say, listen, they know not. This is Elohim. So here Asaph is putting the words, right, in being a prophet, and also, we say like a psalmist right here. This is how Elohim sees it, right? They don't know. They don't know. They don't. You think the poor and needy understand these things of Torah, right? Like the Torah scholars and the judges and those whose responsibility is. I mean, you think we know as much as like a lawyer, like somebody who go to law school and went through all this internship and cases and all that, like we know as much as they know, right? Even though we have AI, but no, they know not. Neither will they understand. Okay, let me explain to you, poor person, that over here. No. You the judge? Then do it. Right? Because they know not, neither will they understand. They walk on in darkness. Right? In darkness. Right? All the foundation of the earth are out of course. All the foundations, right? All the Mossad. Here we got the word Mossad. Yeah, the Mossad, the Mossad, the Mossad, 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 Mossad. Mossad belongs to us. I'm talking about the Mossad means foundation. So what? They take a name, they make a intelligence agency out of it. Does this mean the word is the bad word? No. Right? Mossad is foundation. To the Mossad. You got to go down to the Mossad. I'm talking about Hebraically here to the foundation. So here it's telling us here in the 5th verse of the evening psalm, right? This is a little additional to kind of emphasize the importance of the previous Torah portion and what takeaway lessons, right, that we can bring or that we can get from this. Right here it says where we right here. Okay, it says Yemotu call on Mosadei Aretz. Yemotu, they are moved. Call all Mosadei. Mosadei, foundations of Mosadei Aretz. Mosadei Aretz, right? The foundations of the land. All the foundations of the Aretz, right, of the land are what? Are Yemotu. They totter, they shake. So that means like when there's no justice in the land, right? That's what was happening to Abraham. When Abraham was traveling around, people always like, oh, why didn't Abraham tell them that this was his wife? And why were these guys going after his wife or even his sister? He told them it was his sister and they just snatched her up. So that shows you there's something wrong with the justice in that place. Really? Really, you're going to justify that and don't see, okay, must be you're of the others. You're not of Abraham. Anyway, be that as it may, right? This is where this all leads to this verse here. And it's like people just jump over those 5 verses. You know what I'm saying? They jump over those 5 verses and they land right here. I have said ye are gods. Yes, we are gods. All of us are gods. You're a goddamn lie. Right? Right? Potential is different than actuation. Actuation, when you actualize something. Here it says I came, right? Here it says Ani Amarti, right? I have said Elohim Atem. Atem. Remember the Atem was there when it says in Deuteronomy 20 was at 29 and 10, right? It says Atem, you all, Nitzabim, one standing. Here he says Ani Amarti, Elohim, gods, judges, Atem. Y'all all have this title on you, this, and thereby this title, you have a responsibility, right? Imagine you go to a doctor, right, and they're all dressed up like a doctor. You go through all these tests and everything like that, And then you say, okay, doctor, what you see? And the person, I'm not the doctor. I'm not a doctor. What the hell? Right? I have said, right, ye are gods. All of you are children. Notice what it says? All of you are children. Right? All of you, it says, U b'nei Elyon, children of the highest, Elyon, kulikim. Right? Then the judgment, but y'all shall die like men and fall like one of the princes. Arise, O Elohim. You know, you know when they say, here come the judge, when the judge comes into the court, all rise. It's kind of like this sense here. Arise, Elohim, right? Creator, sovereign, ruler, judge, right? Judge the earth, for thou shalt inherit, right? All nations, all nations. So right there, there. No, we went a little bit, right, a little bit further, kind of went into a couple of other aspects that we didn't think we would. But let's just sum up this right here. This is Deuteronomy 17:12. And the man that will do presumptuously, right, and will not hearken to the priest, right, will not obey. Shama is to hear and to obey to the Kohen, the priest that standeth, right, Amad, right, that standeth, right, to minister there before Yahweh Eloheka, right, that does his service, right, to minister before, right, or to the judge, right. Notice how the connection of not hearing, right, not hearing, right. So think about this for a moment. Elohim, the creator, right? Also, if he's the creator of life, then he has power over life, right? And therefore, who better, like who better to judge something, whether it's good or bad, but the manufacturer? Check, right? So the priest that standeth to minister there before Yahweh Eloheka. So the priest minister before the Lord thy God, right? Or to the judge. So he has the priest has this authority, because if you don't listen to the priest, if you don't listen to the judge, what happens? Is that even that man shall die, right? And thou shalt put away the evil from Yisrael, right? So there's another area. I'll try to go through my notes and get that right there. But let the meme. Let this slide. Just one more time right here. Let this slide right here, just to hear this out again.
Psalm 82.
מזמור פ"ב, מזמור לאסף.
God standeth in the congregation of the mighty, the mighty, the mighty, the mighty, the mighty, the mighty.
אלוהים ניצב בעדת אל.
He judgeth among the gods, the gods, the gods, the gods, the gods, the gods.
בקרב אלוהים ישפוט.
How long will ye judge unjustly and accept the persons of the wicked? Selah. Defend the poor and fatherless. Do justice to the afflicted and needy. Deliver the poor and needy. Rid them out of the hand of the wicked. They know not, neither will they understand. They walk on in darkness. All the foundations of the earth are out of course. I have said, ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High. But ye shall die like men, and fall like one of the princes. Arise, O God, judge the earth, for thou shalt inherit all nations. 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 Inherit all nations.
I was talking right here. Okay, cop these verses. Cop these verses. Give thanks. Give thanks. The mic was off right there. Give thanks. So cop these verses right here, Talmudim, fellow disciples, right here on the theme of the priests, the judges, the officers, right? Along with the elders as well. These are the men of standing, like go to your elders, ask your elders, like here. It says, and thou shalt, Deuteronomy 17:9, these verses here, and thou shalt, these are the backative verses from Torah, right? And thou shalt come to the priest, the Kohanim, Halloween, to the priests, the Levites, and to the Hashofet, the Shofet, the judge, that shall be in those days, and inquire. Why would they inquire? They will have to inquire because they know not. Remember the psalm? They know not, neither do they understand. So therefore, they will inquire, right? And they shall do what? They shall do, it shall be their responsibility to shew thee the sentence of judgment. So you went to the priest, the Levite, or to the judge to inquire, and they say, oh, I don't know. That person had no right to be a judge, right? Right there, or priests, right? That's why the people shall go to the priests, the Levites, and to the judge that shall be in those days, and do what? And inquire. What's the word for inquire? Darash. That's where we get the midrash from. Midrash is like a document concerning the darash. So if you darash, you inquire, right? The documentation of the inquiry, the investigation, the study, the research, right? That's why this word darash, let's go down here. Darash can mean to seek in prayer, right? But also it means to investigate, to inquire, to ask. It also means to practice, to study, right? Darash. So the darash and the midrash connection right here. And they show darash, right? To inquire, right? Like investigate, right? And they, right? Speaking about the Kohanim, Halloween, the priests, the Levites, and the Shofet, right? Shofet, the judge, they shall shew, do what? Shew thee the what? The sentence. The what? The dabar. What's the dabar? What's the sentence? The word. What's the word? What's the word, yo? What's the word? They shall show you the sentence of what? The dabar of the mishpat, of judgment, right? The bar of judgment. Check. Go over here. So we see in the indictment, right, in Psalm 82, right, we get to see Yahweh. He's asking them, like, how long will you judge unjustly, respect the faces, lift up the faces of the wicked, right? And so you should judge the poor and fatherless, do justice to the needy, to the afflicted, right? And we touch on this verse as well. And the man that will do presumptuously, what's presumptuously? What's presumption? Right here, Zadon. He gonna do Zadon, right? Zadon, pride. Insult. Oh, you can't judge me. Alrighty, right? What shall happen? And he won't shama. He won't obey. Okay. To Ha Kohen that standeth to minister there, lifnei Yahweh, in the presence, in the face of Yahweh, right? Eloheka, or to the judge, even that man, and he could be a ish. It doesn't say Adam. He could be a man, a higher man, a man of standing, right? And he doesn't want to, right? Well, right? Even that man, it says what? Even that man shall die, right? And thou shalt put, to see why the judgment in the psalm, it says, and he shall fall like what? Right? Nevertheless, y'all shall die like men and fall like one of the princes, right? That's just right there to show that even in the psalm is backed up by what the Torah is saying, right? Deuteronomy 19:17, right? And then both the men between whom the controversy or controversy, right, is, shall stand before who? Shall stand before Yahweh, right? And before the priest. Notice it don't say before Yahweh and before the priest. It says before Yahweh, before the priest. Right? That's interesting right there. Right? So the priests are standing in the position of Yahweh and the judges before the priest, the Kohanim, and before the Shoftim, right? That shall be in those days. Just to kind of prove this just to myself right here, I said it, but let's see if this is correct. It says, Lifnei Yahweh, Lifnei HaKohanim, Weha Shoftim, right? So before, to stand before the priests, right, who stands before Yahweh, and before the judges that are before Yahweh, right, is to stand before Yahweh, right there. Therefore, this is also another backative of why they are called Elohim. Remember, it's not after the other gods. The part that might be confusing is that people are trying to compare this to the other gods, like other people's gods, other people's stuff, and stuff like that. And that's what they're confusing themselves because they're not learning this well. If you learn this well, it explains itself. And the judges shall make diligent inquisition. Right? What kind of inquisition? Yatab. Good inquisition. Right? That means that we should have the good eye. Even if a bad case come forward, have the good eye. In other words, don't be swayed, by feelings or emotion, but look for the facts, the evidence. Right? Darash. Look at the inquisition as darash. So basically, this was to say one is to do a midrash, a study on this, investigate this, and behold, if the witness be a what? A false witness, and have testified falsely against his brother, then shall you do to him as he had thought to have done to his brother. And look what it says. This is the key this is like the chorus line, right? This is the chorus line here, right? So in this way shall thou put the evil, the ra'ah, right, away from among you, right? And here's the residual effect. When they say make an example, and those that remain, those that what? Right? Sha'ar, the remainder that are left behind, right? Shall hear and fear and respect, right? And shall henceforth commit no more any such evil among you, right? And then it goes about the eye. The last part, it says, and the eye shall not pity. We have to do something on the eye for eye and two for two, because people got this kind of weirdo it's a non-Hebrews, other gods that they're thinking about, but it's not in the Hebrew context. But it says this, and thine eye shall not pity. Right? Oh, I just feel so sorry for him. Yeah, he did wrong. What the hell? This is a judge? We have to recuse this judge here. Right? Life for life. Eye for eye. Right? Tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot. Now, later on in common law, right, even in the later ancient times, right, this right here was understood as compensation for injury. Like compensation for injury, like you're working on a job, or say you're going to your job and somebody crashed into you and injured you, and now you had a good paying job. Well, in a sense, they have to kind of, first of all, treat your injuries, since if they're the ones who are responsible for the crash or the accident, that injured one, and also for loss of wages. This is what the eye for eye is. It's that compensation, right? That compensation right here. You know what I mean? Because nowhere in the scripture do we literally hear about, oh, he punched in my eye, so you got to punch him back. Because if you punch somebody back in the eye, you're going to damage the eye, but not quite like the person may have damaged your eye. You know what I mean? It's not like that. Here it's using the more figurative, right, sense of it. But here on the Elohim, right? The Elohim of God and the Elohim of man. But here, let's touch on, okay, here's how we're going to do it. Psalm 94, and then if we have time, we'll double around to Psalm 94 again, right? Because Psalm 94 is today's daily psalm. We have Psalm 94 right here. And so here, let's go like this, Psalm 94. And the theme, Chaverim, what's the theme of Psalm 94? Psalm 94 is a plea. How do you plea? Right? So in some senses, the Hebrew prayer and worship, sometimes, a psalm or a prayer and worship is almost like going to the highest court. Almost like going before the judge, making your case. Right? We already touched on prayer previous. We have to mark those episodes, those shows as well. The previous, where we touched on prayer, the tefillah, right? And went, I think, we're a good build to show that prayer in the English sense and in the Hebrew sense, Hebraically, is not quite the same. But here we have Mizmor Tzadei Dalet, Tzadai 90 Dalet 4, Psalm 94, Psalm XCIV. It's a plea for divine judgment. Remind me what Burhana Selassie, Robert Nesta Marley, better known as Bob Marley, said in an interview. He said, you got to pray. We got to pray for the judgment day. Well, here in this psalm right here, this is such a prayer, right, for the judgment day. Right here, Yahweh, to he who be, El Nikamot, the God of vengeances. They say, vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. Yes, that is true. right? And therefore we pray to El Nikamo, the Almighty of vengeances. Yahweh, he who be, who he be. El Nikamo, the Almighty of vengeances. Hophia, shine forth, right? Hophia means like to shine forth, but also has a sense of like to show up, to make your appearance, shine forth, right? Bring it, right? As the second advent opens the day of vengeance. Here we pray, right? There's a plea for divine judgment.
Psalm 94.
מזמור צ"ד.
O Lord God, to whom vengeance belongeth, vengeance belongeth, vengeance belongeth, vengeance belongeth.
אל נקמות אדוני, 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 אדוני.
O God, to whom vengeance belongeth, show thyself, show thyself, show thyself, show thyself.
אל נקמות הופיע, 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 הופיע.
Lift up thyself, thou judge of the earth, judge of the earth, judge of the earth.
הנשא שופט הארץ, שופט הארץ, שופט הארץ, שופט הארץ.
Render a reward to the proud, to the proud, to the proud.
השב גמול על גאים, על גאים, על גאים, על גאים.
Lord, how long shall the wicked, shall the wicked, shall the wicked, shall the...
עד מתי רשעים אדוני, 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 אדוני.
How long shall the wicked triumph, 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 triumph?
עד מתי רשעים יעלוזו, 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 יעלוזו.
How long shall they utter and speak hard things, hard things, hard things?
יביעו ידברו עתק, 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 עתק.
And all the workers of iniquity boast themselves, boast themselves, boast themselves, boast themselves.
יתאמרו כל פועלי האבן, 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 האבן.
They break in pieces thy people, O Lord, and afflict thine heritage. They slay the widow and the stranger, and murder the fatherless. Yet they say, the Lord shall not see, neither shall the God of Jacob regard it. Understand, ye brutish among the people, and ye fools, when will ye be wise? He that planted the ear, shall he not hear? He that formed the eye, shall he not see? He that chastiseth the heathen, shall not he correct? He that teacheth man knowledge, shall not he know? The Lord knoweth the thoughts of man, that they are vanity. Blessed is the man whom thou chastenest, O Lord, and teachest him out of thy law, that thou mayest give him rest from the days of adversity, until the pit be digged for the wicked. For the Lord will not cast off his people, neither will he forsake his inheritance. But judgment shall return unto righteousness, and all the upright in heart shall follow it. Who will rise up for me against the evildoers? Or who will stand up for me against the workers of iniquity? Unless the Lord had been my help, my soul had almost dwelt in silence. When I said, my foot slippeth, thy mercy, O Lord, held me up. In the multitude of my thoughts within me, thy comforts delight my soul. Shall the throne of iniquity have fellowship with thee, which frameth mischief by a law? They gather themselves together against the soul of the righteous, and condemn the innocent blood. But the Lord is my defense, and my God is the rock of my refuge. And he shall bring upon them their own iniquity, and shall cut them off in their own wickedness. Yea, the Lord our God shall cut them off.
Yes. Couple of quick points. Verse 12, where it says, blessed is the man whom thou instructest. Where it says, O Lord, actually it's Yah. So it's like blessed, or more correctly, happy. The beatitude is the man whom thou instructest, O Yah, O Jah, and teaches him out of thy law. That's Psalm 94, verse 12. Ashrei, Hagever Asher Tiyasareinu Yah. Uamiya Torateka, Tidlamdenu. Then we get Talmud and Talmud, Tidlamdenu from Lamad, to teach. Tidlamdenu teaches him. Then when it says that they by a statute, well, it says by a law. What was that part right there? By a law. Which verse is that? Well, there in the psalm, it's actually It's actually not let's see, what's the verse? Okay, I'm looking at the other version. The translation is slightly different. But where it says that formeth mischief, right? Mischief by a law. Actually, it's by statute. By statute. And didn't come out so clear before, but then when you think about what they do with these statutes, statute of limitation, the statutes is kind of interesting right there. Who formeth, let's see, mischief by a law. Okay, yes, verse 20. Verse 20. It should more read, shall the seat of wickedness, the throne of the seat of wickedness, have fellowship with thee? In other words, will you sit up with the wicked? Like remember Psalm 1, right? Who frameth mischief by statute, framing mischief by statute. Under the cloak of legal enactments, they work their mischievous and devious plans. They act unjustly, although in a sense it's quote legally. You see how that goes. They act unjustly, but they say, well, it's legal, though legally, because the laws of the Gentiles, because their laws are unjust. So these statutes, the statutes there is not a form of mischief by a law to say Torah, but a form of mischief by a statute. Just those clarifications, verse 20 and verse 12. Blessed is the man whom thou instructest, O Jah. Happiness, beatitude is the man whom thou instructest, O Yah. Ashrei Hageber, Asher to Yasrenu, Yah, right, and teachest him out of thy law or from thy Torah, Umi Torah Teka, and from Torah Teka, the I male Torah, speaking to Yahweh, right, Umi Torah Teka, Tilamdenu, Tilamdenu, Tilamdenu. You Talmud, you disciple him, you teach him. The true Talmud Torah, the true teaching of Torah, and the mischief, right, by a statute, right? These statutes of limitations. Under the cloak of legal enactments, they work their mischievous and devious plans. They act unjustly, unrighteously, although, quote, legally, end quote, because their laws, the whore's law, right? The whore's law is and be unjust. Right? So right here to this Torah reading and feeding, we're going to segue from that and get into this right here momentarily right here, just for this third, going into the fourth day of the Shabua right here. And if we have enough time, we return to Psalm 94, although it's the evening psalm, right? It's the evening psalm for the evening song for the next, it's the evening song for the day coming forward, for the fourth day, right here. So what do we have in this Torah reading and feeding right here? So we're going to pick up with the third, Aliyah, third and fourth. Let's kind of show this right here, right? So here we have this Torah reading and feeding, right? Torah reading and feeding, Ki Tetzei, 49th, Ki Tetzei, Tetzei, or Tetzeiah, right? Tetzeiah, Ki Tetzei, right? When you go forth, right? So we pick up with Deuteronomy 21 and 10 to 25 and 19 for the third reading, Deuteronomy 22 and 8 to 23, 7. Fourth reading, Deuteronomy 23, 8 to verse 24. So we're going to deal with these two readings and feedings. Now here we have Rani Akara. Oh, sing, Rani, speaking to she, Rani, sing out, joyfully, shout out, sing out, Rani Akara. Oh, barren one. Oh, barren one. This is one of the Shabbats of comfort here, the third, right? Got two more after this for this Shabua here, right? The 7 Shabbats of comfort. So far, we have had 4 of them. And here we're at the third, right? And counting down. Isaiah, Yeshaya, chapter 54, verses 1 to 10. Brit Chadasha reading. Matthew, Gospel according to Matthew, right? Chapter 5, verses 27 to 30, focus verses. And from First Corinthians, focus verses. Chapter 5, focus verses 1 to 5. So what do we have here? Some very interesting content here, this Torah portion content. We have the female captives, right? And there's a lot of contradictory and conflicting rhetoric, about this area of scripture, right? Some allege this is grape, you know what I mean? Or violation, on that level. We don't see it like that, but we'll go through it, right? The female captive in Deuteronomy 21 and 10, 21:15, the right of the firstborn, right? 21:18, the rebellious children, or more correctly, a rebellious son, right? Rebellious son, right? 21:22, miscellaneous. They call them miscellaneous Torot, but not on various other matters. And this is what we like to get into. What seems like miscellaneous is very important, for peace and order in community, and safety as well. We'll touch on it. Deuteronomy 22:13, the Torot or laws, instructions concerning sexual relations. Deuteronomy 23 and 1, those who are excluded from the assembly, right? Is it all come as you are? Well, according to the covenant here, there were some exclusions from the assembly. What does this mean, Chabarim? Deuteronomy chapter 23 and 9, sanitary ritual, right, and humanitarian precepts. So there's some sanitary, ritual, humanitarian precepts, right? Of some particular interest is, okay, we should have cut that one right there so it could be a little larger, is our building practices, right? Something interesting, there's something called a parapet. Something called parapet. Parapet. It's basically like on a roof, right? You know how a roof can be flat, and if you're not looking, you can just walk right off, right? How you're supposed to put like a barrier there, like a kind of what do you call, like, it's called parapet, but it's like that one cannot just fall off of somebody's roof right there. And now there you see it right there, where they're putting these roofs up. And now it's like become a law, something that was circulating here in the New York area, and elsewhere, concerning that you have to do this by law. Otherwise, it's to be a big fine. So it's on because they had some situation where some of the masonry on buildings was falling down. And I think some people were hurt. I don't know if anybody was killed with that, and I guess some people going up to roofs, go too close to the edge and fall off. But it's interesting how the Torah says that if this happens, that blood is on you. You know what I'm saying? But these are some of the so-called miscellaneous, areas that some call it. But continuing on, we have Torah, laws concerning marriage and divorce. Now, Yeshua, Robeno, our rabbi, the rabbi of rabbis, he cleared it up. Right? He cleared it up. Can you pause on that right there? I don't know if that can be paused on. He clears it up. That Moshe did that because of the hardness. Moses did that because of the hardness of one's hearts. You know what I mean? That this is, thank you. Yeah, Deuteronomy 22 and 8. When you build a new house, you shall make a parapet for your roof. I remember I had to look this word up, parapet. Para, I think I'm saying para, like parallel, paramilitary, pet. I think I understand what pet is, but it's not that kind of word right there. The parapet is like that kind of a border, a raised border, right? So like if you go to the edge of a roof, you can lean up right there. You won't just like, okay, don't go too close to the edge, because you could fall off. Because it says that you may not bring the guilt of blood upon your house. That's interesting. The guilt of blood. Remember what it says, like the bloodshed and innocent blood, how it defiles, right? Both in a spiritual, psychological, and spiritual sense, a soul and spirit sense, but also in a real natural sense too, right? That you may not bring the guilt of blood, of dam. In Hebrew, blood is dam. It's like when we say dam in the English pronunciation, we say dam, blood, the guilt of dam, upon your house, if anyone should fall from it. If anyone should fall from it. So that right there is a very interesting, and seeing how some of the laws are changing, maybe not in your area just yet, but if you see it and they say, hey, you have to build a parapet, and you'd be like, parapet? Remember the Torah teaching right here, right? This is what a parapet is, right? All right. So Let it roll, let it roll, let it roll, let it roll, let it roll. Give thanks, let it roll. So the law is the Torah concerning marriage and divorce, right? So we see in the law we have the pure, what we call the pure word, the word from Father. We spoke to 10 words, right? Those 10 words. That's words he spoke, and then he wrote them down on 2 tablets. It was put in the ark, right, for safekeeping, right? Then we get certain things that were the traditions of the people, the culture and the customs of the people, like the blood avenger. These things are still in effect, but they're regulated. Yeah, sha'atnez, the sha'atnez. Sha'atnez is like mixing fabric, right? Where it speaks about not mixing, wool, and like linen, right? And you know what? They've studied this recently. Well, not recently, but they've been studying this, right? As of nowadays, right? And they actually find that there are certain health related benefits and also detriments. Benefits to not mixing fabrics and certain detriments to certain mixed fabrics. You know what I mean? Health wise, right? Not to even mention the frequency of fabrics, that fabrics have frequencies. You know what I'm saying? As it were. But be that as it may, we have 24 and 5, some other laws that are generally called miscellaneous laws, right? Levirate, the Levirate marriage, where if one had a brother that had no son, right, what is to be done, no children, but namely no son, right? And then we have various other commands when we come to chapter 25, right? Now here, this is one of the most, I think, like what do you call it? This Torah reading and feeding has well, some count to 613. Mm-hmm. Whether it's a do this or don't do this, this is how that goes, right? Though they're all generally you could say commands, right? Yeah, do not wear clothes of wool and linen woven together. So there's a whole section about mixture, right? Mixing, right? Mixture, right? So here for this Kia Tetzei, right? Kia Tetzei right here. Let's just read this before we go forward, right? The microscopic. So science has actually proven that there is some overarching wisdom to all of this, right? That only man nowadays can kind of scientifically actually say, well, I don't believe in the Bible, I don't believe in the God of Israel, but there's some truth to it when you do mix these things, and nobody else really caught on to this, really, right, until nowadays. So here we have the 49th, right, the 49th weekly Torah portion, Parasha, in the annual line of the tribe of Judah, and I black, we the black Jews, cycle of Torah readings, and it's the 6th in the book of Deuteronomy, what we have right here before us. It constitutes Deuteronomy chapter 21, verses 10 to 25:19. The parasha, the portion, the reading here, right, it sets out a series of what is often referred to as miscellaneous laws, right? Because every verse or two, right, touches on some things that ones might regard as miscellaneous. We don't really regard it as miscellaneous, but we understand the terminology. You know what I mean? In that context. Mostly governing civil and domestic life and liberty, right? Civil and domestic life, including ordinances, right, regarding a beautiful captive of war, right? Inheritance among sons of 2 wives, right? A wayward son or rebellious son, the corpse of an executed person or somebody hung or lynched, right? Property, found property concerning property rights, right? Coming upon another in distress. You find your brother's in distress and you don't like your brother, so you're not going to help him out. That is wickedness. That's a crime. Rooftop safety. That's the parapet part, the parapet. Prohibited mixtures, certain type of mixtures of fabric, of crops, of other kind of mixtures. Sexual offenses, right? Membership in the congregation, right? The qualification of who can be a member in the congregation. Camp hygiene, keeping cleanness and hygiene in the camp. Runaway servants. You could say bondmen, bondwomen. They'll say slaves, but we'll say servants, right? Bond servants, even so, right? Prostitution, right? Usury, right? Charging interest on money. Vows, right? Gleanings, right? Kidnappings, right? Repossession, repo. We even have repo laws here, right? Prompt payment of wages, paying one's wages. It's not like over here, they like you work like 2 weeks, you get paid for 1 week. No, prompt payment of wages. Vicarious, various liabilities, different things one might be liable for, right? Flogging, right? Treatment of domestic animals. There's even a whole aspect here where there's a real holistic, even from the past, the old scriptures, when understood properly, there are principles that even apply, to kindness to animals, right? Right, domestic animals, liverite or levirate marriage, right? Weights and measures, when it says like a false balance, right, is an abomination to Yahweh, right? So weights and measures, right? And remembrance of the Amalekites, right? The descendants of Esau known as Amalek, right? Remembrance of the Amalekites, right? So in this Torah reading and feeding here, the 49th key Tetzei, right? It's made up of 5,856 Hebrew letters, otot, signs, 1,582 Hebraic words, 110, right, verses, and can occupy, right, in some of what we call a proper Torah scroll, about 213 lines in a Sefer Torah, right? We, the Black Jews of the line of the tribe of Judah Society, generally read, right, this Parasha in August or September. We, the Black Jews, Ha-Yehudim, also read part of the Parasha about Amalek, right? Deuteronomy chapter 25, verses 17 to 19. Deuteronomy chapter 25, verses 17 to 19, as the concluding or the maftir, right, reading on the Shabbat Zakor. So there's a Sabbath, special Sabbath, a Sabbath of remembrance, and then we read that remembrance to blot out Amalek, blot out Esau's descendant known as Amalek for what he had did, right? In Deuteronomy 25, 17 to 19. The special Sabbath, Shabbat Zakor, is a special Sabbath before Purim that recalls the time of Esther, right, and Mordecai, that commemorates, right, the story of Esther and the black Judahite, or you can say Jewish or Judahite, Ha-Yehudim, the peoples, we peoples, Jah peoples, ancient victory over Haman's plot to kill, right, the black Jews and the Yehudim of Persia, of the Persian Empire, from India even to Ethiopia, right? As it says in Esther chapter 1, verse 1, told in the book of Esther, right? So Esther chapter 3 and 1, it identifies Haman as an Agagite, right? Agagi, right? Ha'agagi, right? Haman Ha'agagi, right? Agagite, and thus a descendant of Amalek, right? And Amalek, a descendant of the grand Picani of Esau. Numbers chapter 24 and 7, it identifies the Agagites with the Amalekites. So there's a midrash, there's a study that tells, right, that between King Agag's capture. So if you recall in the book of the Kings and Samuel and Kings, but namely in the book of the Kings, Saul, the first king of Israel, Saul had captured King Agag, right? And when Shemuel came along, he said, you violated the war ord. The war ord is like the war order. He was given a specific war order, right, by keeping Agag alive. And still it's kind of interesting. Why did Saul keep, was he keeping him as a hostage? He expected to get something from him, but he kept him alive. When Shemuel came along, Shemuel hacked him, right? Agag, right? And Agag is said to have fathered a child from whom Haman in turn descended. So just pointing out why this Amalekite part right here. And the theme for this Torah reading and feeding is love and war. Love and war. So the thought here for this Shabua, right? The thought here for this Shabua, love and war, right? There's a popular English maxim, English phrase that states, quote, all's fear in love and war, end quote. You've heard that before, right? All's fear in love and war. Well, the implication, what is implied by that statement, is that the rules of proper conduct, right, can be suspended when fighting on the field of battle, on the field of battle, on the battlefield, and when playing on the field of love, or some people call it romance, but romance, I can't get away from that word. That word has to do with Roman customs and behavior, right? But on the field of love, right? So the Torah, how does the Torah stand on this? Well, the Torah disagrees with the popular English Gentile phrase, all's fear. Because we can even ask the word, what is fear? What you mean fear? My fear lady, what you mean by fear? Right? What is fear? You mean fear? You mean F-E-A-R? You mean F-A-I-R? Now it's F-A-I-R, but then you mean fear like I went to the county fair? You see how English is kind of strange right there? But all's proper in love and war. That's the implication. So here, we begin off with the first word here, right? Just again, right here. When you go out to battle, ki tetzei, right? Against your enemies, and Yahweh your Elohim delivers them into your hands, and you take them away captive, right? And you see the captives, among the captives, a beautiful woman, and you have a desire for her, and you would take her as a wife for yourself. Now, some imagine a whole bunch of this stuff. They talk about, oh, what about her family, her people? They should have accepted Yisrael's shalom. They should have accepted our peace, right? But be it as it may, if we read this, we read the different stages of it. So we go to war, right, against our enemies, and Yahweh our Elohim. Remember in the previous chapter, it told us the conditions of war, the rules of engagement, right? And so they're delivered into our hands, and we take them away captive. Right? And you see, and so it's not like on the battlefield, we're fighting and you killed her father, or her, whoever the men are, right? Right? And then you see her there, and then you do some wicked stuff, you're great. No, there's nothing like that. Some people imagine, their imagination, my God, right? Oh, really, their devil, right? And see the second part, and you see among the captives. So that means the war is over. You have the captives, right? And you see among the captives, right, a beautiful woman, and you have a desire for her, right? And here's the key part of the instruction in Deuteronomy 21:10-11. And you would take her as a wife for yourself. Not that you would take her because your desire is hot at the moment. In fact, there's such a delay to any fulfillment that it definitely goes outside of this sense of the grape thing, right? But we'll get into a little bit more details on this right here, because there's a lot that can be said, on this, and we've heard a whole lot that has been said. Hopefully we can address some of it. But right here, brothers and sisters and brothers, here, let's get a basic hear of these two Torah readings right here, namely for, let's bring, that's another key topic, Judaism and vegetarianism. It's a very good book, excuse the ism on there. We're not a fan of the ism, but be that as it may. Here we go right here. Here's where we're at right here. The third and the fourth reading. The third and the fourth reading right here. So here, Shema Yisrael. Right, here we go. Right, here we go. Whoa.
שמע ישראל, אדוני אלוהינו, אדוני אחד. שמע ישראל, אדוני אלוהינו, אדוני אחד.
And here, Shema Yisrael, here, give ear for the Shalishi, Aliyah. Here for the third reading, third up offering, here for this Shabbat, Ki Tetzei, Sabbath, when thou goest forth. Here picking up with the fifth book of Moses, Hebrew book called Deuteronomy chapter 22, here at verse 8, for the Shalishi, for the third Aliyah, third up offering up, third reading. Ki tivneh beweT'ah chadash, with asita ma ikeh le gageka lo tasima damima beweTah ki ipola hanofel mimenu. When thou buildest a new house, ki tibne bayit chadash, then thou shalt make a battlement for the eye roof. With asita ma'ikele gageka, that thou bring not blood upon thine house. Wilo tasima damima beweTah. If any man fall from thence, from there, kia yipola hanofela mimenu. Here, the law of separation. The law of separation, verse 9. Thou shalt not sow thy vineyard, thy vineyard with diverse seeds, lest the fruit of thy seed which thou hast sown, and the fruit of thy vineyard, thy vineyard, be defiled. Thou shalt not plow with an ox and an ass together. Thou shalt not wear a garment of diverse sorts, as of woolen and linen together. Thou shalt make thee fringes upon the four quarters of thy vesture. Thou shalt make thee fringes upon the four quarters of thy vesture, wherewith thou coverest thyself. The innocent wife, the innocent Isha, Eshet, protected. Verse 13. If any man take a Isha, a Eshet, a wife, and go into her, and hate her, and give occasions of speech against her, and bring up an evil name upon her, and say, I took this woman, and when I came to her, I found her not a maid. Then shall the father of the damsel and her mother take and bring forth the tokens of the damsel's virginity to the elders of the city in the gate. And the damsel's father shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter to this man to wife, to Isha, and he hateth her. And lo, he hath given occasions of speech against her, saying, I found not thy daughter a maid. And yet these are the tokens of my daughter's virginity, and they shall spread the cloth before the elders of the city. And the elders of that city shall take that man and chastise him and discipline him, and they shall immerse him in 100 shekels of kesef of silver, and give them to the father of the damsel, because he hath brought up an evil name upon a virgin of Yisrael. And she shall be Ishto, his wife. He may not put her away all his days. The guilty wife, the guilty Isha, Eshet, to be stoned. Verse 20. But if this thing be true, and the tokens of virginity be not found for the damsel, then they shall bring out the damsel to the door of her father's bait, her father's house, and the men of her city shall stone her with stones that she die, because she hath wrought folly in Yisrael, to play the whore in her father's bait, in her father's house. So shalt thou put evil away from among you. If a man be found lying sexually with a woman married to an husband, if a man be found lying with a woman married to an husband, then they shall both of them die. Both. The man that lay sexually with the woman and the woman, so shalt thou put away evil from Yisrael. If a damsel, that is, a virgin, be betrothed to an husband, and a man find her in the city and lie sexually with her, then ye all shall bring them both out to the gate of that city, and ye all shall stone them with stones that they die. The damsel, because she cried not, being in the city, and the man, because he hath humbled his neighbor's Isha, Eshet, his neighbor's wife. So thou shalt put away evil from among you. But if a man find a betrothed damsel in the field, and the man force her and lie sexually with her, then the man only that lay with her shall die. But to the damsel thou shalt do nothing. there is in the damsel no sin, no chatiat, no uckery worthy of death. For as when a man riseth against his neighbor and slayeth him, even so is this matter. For he found her in the field, and the betrothed damsel cried, and there was none, no one to save her. If a man find a damsel that is a virgin, who is not betrothed, and lay hold on her, and lie sexually with her, and they be found, then the man that lay with her shall give to the damsel's father 50 shekels of kesef, of silver, and she shall be ishto, his wife, because he hath humbled her. He may not put her away all his days. A man shall not take his father's isha, his father's wife, nor discover his father's skirt. And here, Shema Yisrael, give ear, Deuteronomy chapter 23, divers regulations. He that is wounded in the stones, or hath his privy member cut off, shall not enter into the congregation of Jehovah. A bastard shall not enter into the aggregation of Jehovah. Even to his 10th generation shall he not enter into the aggregation of Jehovah. An Ammonite or Moabite shall not enter into the aggregation of Yahweh of Jehovah. Even to their 10th generation shall they not enter into the aggregation of Yahweh of Jehovah forever, forever. Because they met you not with bread and with water in the way, when y'all came forth, Mitzrayim, out of Kemet, out of Egypt, and because they hired against thee, Balaam, the son of Beor of Petor of Mesopotamia, to curse thee, Nevertheless, Yahweh Eloheka, Jehovah, the Elohim, would not hearken to Balaam, but Yahweh Eloheka, Jehovah, the Elohim, turned the curse into a baraka, a blessing to the because Yahweh Eloheka, Jehovah, the Elohim, loved thee. Thou shalt not seek their peace, their shalom, nor their prosperity all thy days forever, for I. And hear, Shema Yisrael, hear, give ear right here. For the Rebi'i, here for the fourth reading, the fourth of offering, the Rebi'i Aliyah, here for this Shabbat, Ki Tetzei, Sabbath, when thou goest forth. Here, Deuteronomy chapter 23, here at verse 7 in the KJV, verse 8 in the Sefer, here in the Chumash. Lo tita'e domiya kiya achika hu. Lo tita'e mitzri kiya gera hayita be'arzo. Thou shalt not abhor an Edomite, for he is thy brother. Lo tita'ev edomi ki achika hu. Thou shalt not abhor an Egyptian, a Chemite, because thou wast a stranger in his land. Lo tita'ev mitzri ki ger hayita be'arso. The children that are begotten of them shall enter into the aggregation of Yahweh of Jehovah in their 3rd generation. When the host goeth forth against thine enemies, then keep thee from every wicked, from every ratchet thing. If there be among you any man that is not clean by reason of uncleanness that chanceth him by night, then shall he go abroad out of the camp. He shall not come within the camp. But it shall be when evening cometh on, he shall wash himself with water, and when the sun is down, he shall come into the camp again. Thou shalt have a place also without the camp, whither, where thou shalt go forth abroad. And thou shalt have a paddle upon thy weapon, and it shall be, when thou wilt ease thyself abroad, thou shalt dig therewith, and shalt turn back and cover that which cometh from thee. Ki Yahweh Eloheka, for Jehovah the I Elohim walketh in the midst of the I camp, to deliver the I, and to give up thine enemies before thee. Therefore shall thy camp be holy, be set apart, that he see no unclean thing in thee, and turn away from thee. Thou shalt not deliver to his master, the servant which is escaped from his master to thee. He shall dwell with thee, even among you, in that place which he shall choose, in one of thy gates, where it liketh him best. Thou shalt not oppress him, thou shalt not downpress him. There shall be no whore of the daughters of Yisrael, nor sodomite of the sons of Yisrael. Thou shalt not bring the hire of a whore, or the price of a dog, into the beit, the house of Yahweh Eloheka, of Jehovah the I Elohim, for any vow. For even both these are abomination la Yahweh Eloheka, to Jehovah the I Elohim. Thou shalt not lend upon usury, interest, to Achika, thy brother Wendemeh. Usury of money, usury of victuals, usury of anything that is lent upon usury, interest. To a stranger thou mayest lend upon usury, interest, but to Achika, thy brother Wendemeh, thou shalt not lend upon usury, interest, that Yahweh Eloheka, Jehovah the I Elohim, may bless thee in all that thou settest Yadika, the yad, hand, to in the land whither where thou goest to possess it, to possess her. When thou shalt vow a vow la Yahweh Eloheka, to Jehovah the I Elohim, thou shalt not slack to pay it. Ki Yahweh Eloheka, for Jehovah the I Elohim will surely require it of the I, and it would be chatiat, it would be uckery, lack, sin, forfeiture in the I. But if thou shalt forbear to vow, it shall be no chatiat, it shall be no sin, no lack, no uckery, no forfeiture in the I. That which is gone out of thy lips, thou shalt keep and perform, even a free will offering, according as thou hast vowed la Yahweh Eloheka, to Jehovah the I Elohim, which thou hast promised with thy mouth, 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 thy
Yes, interesting. This Torah reading and feeding the various direction instructions. Yeah, I think in this one it's like about 50 something, right? Or 50 to 70 something of the counted do's and don't do's. Some counted at 613 as a whole other reason right there. But it's very interesting, a few of them right here. There was one in particular, didn't want to stop the audible right there. Oh, yeah, it was that one. So basically, Yahweh, right, if one may dare speak this way, he don't want to see no shit. He don't want to see no shit amongst us. All right. Notice something right here, just to bring this out right here. Okay. Here where it says, thou shalt have a place. Okay, it says right here, right, about the camp, how the camp should function. Here it says, thou shalt have a place also without the camp, outside of the mahana, the camp, whither where thou shalt go forth abroad. And it tells us right here, this also kind of connects here. Let's see right here. Is this it? Okay, no, it was on that screen. We'll come back to that. And thou shalt have a paddle upon thy weapon, a paddle, and it shall be when thou will ease thyself abroad, or from the Hebrew, when you sit down. It's kind of interesting because when they got the jump on Shaul was easing himself as well. You know, it's a very interesting scene right there. But that's there. But this is here. Thou shalt dig therewith, and thou shalt turn back and cover that which cometh out from thee. So basically saying that, you know, when the camp, you know, is camping, you know, there should be a place outside the camp for all such easing, right, of thyself. And it appears right here that, let's see right here, out the camp, it doesn't specify, right? Yeah, it does specify verse 9. When, here we go, when the host goeth forth again. So the host is Sabah, the army, Sabaoth, the army, go forth against thine enemies, then keep thee from every wicked thing, right? If there be among you any man that's not clean, you know, he's to be clean, right? So this is like even when going to war, these are like the regulations and stipulations, right? And so here it says, okay, that man, you know, cleansing himself, he can come back in when the evening time, something about the evening time, right? Then here it's saying that when it's time to go forth abroad, like one has to do their business, you know, here it says, right, upon that weapon, right, like a paddle, something to dig, right? So when you sit us down, but then it's this part here where it says, okay, turn back and cover that which come out of you, right? And it may sound like an oversimplification, but what does Yahweh say? What does he say? He said, it says, for Yahweh ki Yahweh Eloheka, right, walketh in the midst of thy camp, right? He walketh in the midst of thy camp. You know what I mean? So think about it. So people just defecating in the camp, you know, this seems to be specifically for the hosts, when the army is going out there, so they can have success in the victory. They can have not just success, but it can have salvation and victory. The word Yeshua for salvation, and also Yeshua for victory, right? But it says that Yahweh, notice he uses the term, he walketh in the midst of thy camp, right? To do what? To deliver I and I, you know, to give us the victory, right? And also to give up our enemies before thee, before us. Therefore, it says, show thy camp. So even the military camp, right, has a condition of set apartness, of holiness, right? And what does it say right here? That he see no unclean thing in thee. But notice it spoke about if a man is unclean because, you know, something chanceth upon him, right? This is like, just to be 100, let's go over here, right? It says by night. So he has some nocturnal emission, right? Let's put it like that. Some nocturnal emission, right? He's to do what? Then he shall go abroad out of the camp, right? So he's not to keep it to himself. Oh man, I had a dream and I'm thinking about, you know, you think about your wife or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But this happens to you, right? Because when we go into battle, it's all of us as one man. You see what I'm saying? It's all called Yisrael as one man, right? Is going into battle. So if that happens to the next man, it's just like when it says like a man being afraid or weak hearted, or his heart melt, or he got, you know, he got some misgiving about it. Well, he can go back, he can go home, you know, on that level. But here now, already being in the camp, right? He is to go abroad out of the camp, right? And he shall not come within the camp. So there's a separation, right? The separation to maintain that separation. So all of Israel's under that holiness. So to maintain that separation, if one of us like gets defiled, then we are to separate, right? And do that which will return us to that standard of separation, right? But it shall be when the evening come on, right? What shall he do in the evening? He shall wash with water. And when the sun is down, right, the sunlight is off the horizon, he shall come into the camp again, right? He shall come in, right? He shall come into the camp. And then, so the uncleanness spoken about here in verse 14 is of a twofold sense, right? It's that uncleanness that might come upon, you know what I mean? You know, that might come upon that particular man, right? And it's also the uncleanness, you know, that may come from within the man, right? How he's to cover it, because it tells us right here that Yahweh, he's walking. So it's almost like, you ever walk in some shite, You ever stepped in some shot and like, oh my goodness? But this is what Yahweh is saying. This is not even as a point of funny or comedy or whatever. But there is some levity. There is some kind of like, wow, this is real Israel, right? So this hygiene, this cleansingness, right, that is found right here. Oh, I love this one right here. Cut them off silently. They know exactly what they do wrong. Well, yes, you can, in that sense, like in Psalm 94, both our brother, right? We're to put them on notice, even if one I think you did something wrong, there's a sin, you're supposed to bring it out, bring it out. But this is speaking right here, right? Yeah, I just want to bring that part out, the twofold uncleanliness in a war camp. You know what I mean? So even the camp is to be holy. Now, notice the exclusion. Let's just touch on this because there's more miscellaneous, not miscellaneous, but different, various, different, direction, instruction that we should look at. Let's look at this one here. Who has admission into the camp? Like, who has, rather, not the camp congregation. My bad. Slicha. The congregation. Because the camp, the military camp, there's also the camp of them camping in the wilderness. But that's a different camp here. This is the one that when you go forth, right? When you go out, when you go forth, or the Plea Tetzei, when you go forth to war, right? Right there. So he that is wounded in the stones. So the congregation, like for worship, right? And the camp is for worship, right? So we have the congregation for worship, like worship. And then we have worship, right? For the war, right? He that is cut or that is wounded in the stones. What is it speaking about here? Wounded in the stones. The stones, the stones. Man, stones. You got stones, you got balls. We say balls today, they said stones back then, right? Or have his privy member cut off. Ouch. Ouch. For the grace of God, shall not, but notice what it says, the conditions here is that shall not enter into the congregation of Yahweh, right? Shall not enter into the congregation. So what's being said here? The congregation is the area of worship. Remember, we had in the other Psalm, Psalm 82, it had Ada. Here we have Kahal. Kahal is the word for assembly, company. But in the New Covenant sense, the same word brings out the sense of church, right? The kahal or the kehillah. Kahal, kehillah. Should not enter into the kahal, right? The assembly for worship, right? This is using the assembly for worship, right? Should not enter into the assembly. So we have the kahal, right? The assembly, right? Of Yahweh, right? And here it says a bastard. So this is where you get various teaching on the mamzer. The mamzer. You might hear one's calling people mamzer. That's like an insult, like you ata mamzer. Ata who? Right? Mamzer. Right? Mamzer etzeh. Right? Bastard. To say like a bastard, child of incest, or illegitimate child. Right? Now this bastard also in a figurative sense referring to the mixed population, right, right. In more modern sense, like born of a like a Yehudi or Israelite father, right, and a heathen, another nation mother, or vice versa. Some of the ways that bastard, right, from then to now, one who's alienated, mamzir, or some might say a mongrel, right, and in one sense, coming more to the present time, born of a Yehudi father and a heathen mother, right? Mother from another nation, a strange Nokri, right? A Nokri nation, right? But it says that a bastard, right, shall not enter into the congregation of Yahweh. You remember we had touched on Ezra and Nehemiah, when there were those Judeans that had returned, and they had the children of Ashdod and Moab and of Ammon, right, of Ashdod, Moab, and Ammon, and that they could not speak the Yehudit. They couldn't speak the Judahite language, the Judahite dialect. You know, um, it says that they spoke half in the language, of each people, but they could not pronounce, so they couldn't speak. So, like in the sense that how can they give praise, when we start to factor it in? And they were to be, yeah. So this is kind of what they were pointing to in Ezra and Nehemiah, right? And it points to the reason, not just because they had like their mothers were not, Beta Israelites, was not Judahites or so forth and so on, but it was saying because they could not speak the language of the Yehudit, right? The Judahite language. They could not speak, right? So here it says a bastard, a mamzir, shall not enter into the congregation, the kahal, the kahila. We can say the church of Yahweh, right? What does Stephen says in the church in the wilderness? That there. Even to his what? Even to his 10th generation. Wow. Even to his, I mean, somebody gonna even be counting that long. Right? We only got 3 more generations. Like, come on now. Right? But a bastard shall not enter into the congregation of Yahweh, even to his 10th generation. Now in Ezra and Nehemiah, where the priests and the Judahites, that had returned out of Babylon, had to separate from those foreign children and wives that they had from being out in Babylon. I always ask the question, I'm going to ask it again right here. Where did those, if they, imagine there's what, thousands of them, what happened to them? I'm just kind of curious for the historical record. What happened to them? Who are these and those today? Could they be those who say they are and are not? I'm just wondering. It's a question. You know what I'm saying? Okay, okay, okay,
Okay,
okay.
okay, okay.
Abbas, Mamzer. A Mamzer should not enter into the congregation of Yahweh even to his 10th generation. So Ezra and Nehemiah, they had to separate the Levites from these foreign wives that had sons and children that could not pronounce, could not speak our language. They didn't speak of the language, right? Even because of their mother tongue was from a different mother. Even to his 10th generation shall he not enter into the congregation of Yahweh. So these ones could be amongst the nation of the people, but they could not enter into the congregation, right? Into the church. Remember how big the tabernacle was? It wasn't a super big place. So it shows that all did not go in there, but he could not enter even in, it's kind of interesting, something to think about, right? Goes into the Ammonite and the Moabite, right? Now, one may ask a question about Ruth and a lot of different ideas about, well, actually, Ruth was really an Israelite, some say, right? But she was Israelite living in Moab land. Okay, all right. But when you really understand why Ruth, being a Moabitess, why she could enter in and these and those could not, right? Well, here, the Ammonite Moabite, well, first of all, right, she was of the faith, right? She decided of the faith, right? But here, when we read this in the Hebrew, it's saying basically an Ammonite or a Moabite man, right? Because in the congregation, the ones usually who are representative were the sons of Israel, to whom more is given, more is required, right? Enter to the congregation, the regular worship showing up. 3 times in a year shall all the males of Israel appear. The male. You see what I'm saying? So here it is saying the Ammonite or Moabite male shall not enter the congregation of Yahweh, even to their 10th generation, right? Shall they not enter into the Kahal, right, of Yahweh forever, right? Why? It gives the reason why they can't enter in, right? Because they met you not with bread and with water in the way when you came forth out of Mizraim, right? And because they hired against thee Bilaam, the son of Beor, of Pethor, of Mesopotamia, right? Of the Aram Naharaim, of the Aram of the 2 rivers, right? To do what? To kalal, right? To make you of little account, right? To curse you. You know what I'm saying? Nevertheless, Yahweh Eloheka, right, would not hearken, would not obey to Balaam. Balaam kept coming to Yahweh. He didn't know of Yahweh, right? And Yahweh knew of him, right? So that was a God that was the high God in Balaam's thing, but he was a prophet for hire. Like some people might know the word and they know God and they know what's true about it, but they have other desires, but they will try to avoid going against the God they know. And Balaam knew Yahweh Eloheka. That's why he would not hear him, right? But Yahweh Eloheka turned to curse, right? The Kalala, right, into a baraka, right, to thee, right? Because Yahweh Eloheka loved thee, right? And then it tells us this. It says, thou shalt not seek their peace, their shalom, nor their prosperity. The word for prosperity here is tob. Tob means a good, good, pleasant, agreeable, in that sense of good, right? So don't seek their peace or their good. Mm. All thy days forever, right? All thy days, prosperity, they're good. But now notice what tells us furthermore here, right? About who can enter, who cannot enter, right? It says, thou shalt not abhor, ta'ab, ta'ab. So the word abhor is ta'ab, ta'ab, right? Like the word for abomination is to'eba, 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 to'eba come from ta'ab, right? To abhor, to treat as disgusting, abominable. Oh, I hate this. It's disgusting. Ah. Now this is interesting because to loathe, to detest, because some say that these and those is Esau or Edomites, but it seems as though they ta'ab. They say, I don't hate him. I don't hate him. You see the word trick? You see the word trick right there? Does this say hate? Some of the other funky translations might say it, right? But looking at the Hebrew root word is ta'ab. All right, it's not the word saneh, saneh, saneh. That's the word for hate. All right, so sometimes people play that game. I heard some people on some platform. They're like, "Yeah, well, somebody brought up the verse. So I don't hate the Edomite," and they let the person keep talking. I said, "No, no, no, no. It didn't say hate. They try to make it like abhor is another way of saying hate." And then he run to the English dictionary. We need to get that laugh track because that's a laugh right there. This is Hebrew here, right? Or this is Yehudit. Ta'ab. Ta'ab means to treat as to'eba, to treat as disgusting. Oh, some Israelites say, "Oh, I hate them because Yahweh says that He hate them." If my daddy says that he does this with my mama or my stepmothers, so to speak, it doesn't mean I can do those things. You know what I'm saying? Jack? That's why it doesn't use the word hate here. It uses the word ta'ab. Ta'ab refers to something being like something that you find disgusting. We all have encountered things that it's hard for us. I'm saying that hate, that disgust, right? So some of these Israelites, teachers, false Israelite teachers, right, are word gaming you. They're trying to say that abhor is the word here is abhor is the same as to hate, right? And then they'll talk about how they don't hate the Edomite. No, but they ta'ab the Edomite. I mean, if it's true, if it's true that you say that these and those are Edomites, well, when you see how some of the Israelites treat them and act with them, it seems like a ta'ab here. It seems like, doesn't it seem like a ta'ab there to you too? It's a ta'ab, right? Ta'ab, right? Ta'ab. Or abominate. Oh, look at it, look. Oh, my God. And then say, well, they actually are the brother with Jacob and they are the Edomites. And then you ta'ab them like that? Oh, I don't hate them. Don't play word games here. The word is not saneh. The word is not saneh, right? The word is ta'ab, right? So thou shalt not, that's why I use the term thou shalt not abhor. And don't let them run to English dictionary now. No, 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 no. You want to talk about the English, you know what I'm saying? Then you're coming under another God. You're making King James a God. Maybe he was in his time a judge, a ruler, but right? Thou shalt not abhor, right? An Edomite. Why? And here's the kicker. Here's the kicker, right? For he thy brother. For he's what? He's thy brother, right? He's thy brother, right? Achika, achika. He's your ach. He's your ach. He's your brother, your ach, right? Thou shalt not abhor, right? The same word here, ta'ab, ta'ab. Remember, ta'ab is the verb root of to'eba. To'eba is abomination, right? It's like abominable, it's disgusting. It's like, disgusting, right? Thou shalt not abhor, right? A mitzri. You can't abhor even a mitzri. What's a mitzri? You see the mitzri? A mitzri. Mitzri, somebody of the two lands, the double straits, you know what I mean? Or an Egyptian, right? The Kemite, let's call it like that, the Kemite, or even Kemet. Thou shalt not abhor. Why? Because thou was a what? We was a gear. So now some Israelites say that we're the stranger every other where. No, that's not true. Right? No, we was a gear. Context matters. We was a gear. Right? We was a stranger in his land. In his land. So see what Yahweh wants us to think about? Okay, we know Esau is up to his Esau tricks and his Esau ways. But still, let Esau hate us, but or abhor us, right? But we are not to him, right? Even though we have to fight in battle, as Obadiah says, we have to come up to the mount of Esau, right, and take the kingdom, even though all of that, right? It's ongoing. You know what I'm saying? But it says because, right, neither, so no, it says the children. So the children, the children that are begotten of them shall enter. Ain't that something? The children of of Esau, of the Edomite, and the children of the who? Right? Of the Egyptian, the Mitzri, right? They shall enter right into the kahal, into the church, right? The kahal of Yahweh. But when? When shall they enter? In their third generation, right? In their third generation. So I just want to just point out just right there. Of course, there's some other interesting ones previous hitherto, right? There's some previous ones, and to touch on some of the other aspects of the parapet, the parapet, you know what I'm saying, as well. Let's see, hold on for a moment right here. Yeah, let's see right here. Where do we pick up right here? Okay, the diverse garments, but I'm trying to find the parapet part, the part with the parapet, where it talks about the parapet right here. Right, let's see over here. That's the roof part, right? The part on the roof right there, right? The parapet. Thou shall make a parapet. Okay, what do we pick up right here? What do you pick up right here? Give me one moment. Picked up with 22 and 8. Okay, 22 and 8. Let's just go to 22 and 8. Okay, here we go. Right, here's how we built. Right. So there, interesting those structures. Looking at those structures. You know what I'm saying? Interesting those structures there. Right. Right. That's the parapet. You see that wall right along the roof right there. That wall right there. That's the parapet. And here is the precept: when thou buildest a new house. You notice the conditions, the Beit Chadash, right? A new house, right? Adis Beit, Adis Beit. Also, make sure we deal with this topic, the vibrational frequency of clothing, because when Yahweh said don't mix certain fabrics, right? Here it says, when thou buildest a new house, right? Then thou shalt make a battlement. So the word in the KJV is battlement, right? This is something that they're now doing in parts of New York and no doubt elsewhere, Brooklyn and all that. So it's a ma'akeh, ma'akeh. What's a ma'akeh? Ma'akeh, 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 ma'akeh. Ma'akeh is a parapet. It's a low wall, right? What is ma'akeh? It's a low wall at the edge of a balcony, a roof here, contextually the roof, or along the sides of a bridge, right? A parapet right here, right? Parapet. So they translate this as a battlement, but a low wall, right? That thou bring not blood up on thine house, if any man fall from thence, right? Because if be blood guilty, you know what I mean? It's almost like you could forfeit your life for blood guilt. You know what I'm saying? Thou shalt not sow thy vineyard, right, with diverse seeds. So here is distinguishing mixture, a lot about mixture here. Lest the fruit of thy seed, which thou hast sown, and the fruit of thy vineyard be defiled. So here, the fullness of thy seed, right, mixing the seed, right, lest it be defiled. Now, it's interesting because the word defiled here is kadash, right? The word kadash, right here, right, like almost taboo in this sense. It takes on a more forceful sense right here, right? But it's the same word for holy, right? Let me just look at this right here for a moment. Some of the other translations. What do some of the other translations do? Let's see what they say down here. Let's see. Will be defiled. Right here it says, and the increase of thy. They actually cut it out. Okay, the fruit will be defiled. Right. Sometimes when something's holy, like basically you can't eat it. It's interesting. It's kind of like you can't eat it. Right. And then continue with the mixtures. Thou shalt not plow with an ox or an ass together. I mean, that right there talking about like proper treatment of animals. That's not right because the ox, the bull, the ox is strong, right? The ass is strong too, but not as strong as the ox. Then it goes into this: thou shalt not wear garments of diverse sorts, right? Diverse sort. So here's our word sha'atnez. Sha'atnez is mixed stuff, fabric of mixed weave. Linsey and woolsey. You got some linen in it, linsey. You got some wool in it. It's woolsey, linsey, woolsey. Right? A kind of cloth forbidden for garments. Right? You can use it for other things, but not for cloth made by weaving linen and wool together. Sha'atnes. Right? Clothing of linen and wool carded and spun together. Right? So here saying that this should not be done. Right? Now, though it says wool and linen, it's interesting today with all the other artificial kind of things that kind of go into clothing. Now they can weave plastic. It's interesting, ain't that? Right? But what's the effect? Thou shall make the fringes upon the four quarters. So the word quarters right here is the word kanaf in the Hebrew. The quarter, right? The fringe is the wings, the four wings. So here it tells us specifically that the fringes are on the four wings of the garments, right? What are the four wings, right? Right? And then it goes into some situations concerning men and women situations, which are very interesting, but we'll, spare you, don't hold you on that's right now, but we definitely need to pick up on it because there is a case of grape. Right? Or one or two, right? And it's very specific, right? That the one who has done this, namely the man who has done this, right, will be put to death. Because there's some rumors out there that, oh, well, you see the Torah and the Bible, it says that you can marry the grapist and all of this and all of that. But is that true? Well, let's really look into it a little bit more. But here, this is what we're going to do just for like an outro here. Looking at the time, Chan, it's already this time, brothers and sisters. Like to touch on this a little bit more, but this is the Torah reading for us right here. A couple of interesting themes, trying to share some of the main themes. Here we have Psalm 94, right? Psalm 94. Psalm 94 once again, come again. Psalm 94, here. Plea for divine judgment, Pray for the judgment day.
Psalm 94.
מזמור צד.
O Lord God, to whom vengeance belongeth.
אל נקמות אדוני.
O God, to whom vengeance belongeth, show thyself.
אל נקמות הופיע.
Lift up thyself, thou judge of the earth.
הנשא שופט הארץ.
Render a reward to the proud.
השב גמול על גאים.
Lord, how long shall the wicked
עד מתי רשעים אדוני.
How long shall the wicked triumph?
עד מתי רשעים יעלוזו.
How long shall they utter and speak hard things?
יביעו ידברו עתק.
and all the workers of iniquity boast themselves, boast themselves, boast themselves, boast themselves.
יתאמרו כל פועלי האבל.
They break in pieces thy people, O Lord, and afflict thine heritage. They slay the widow and the stranger, and murder the fatherless. Yet they say, the Lord shall not see, neither shall the God of Jacob regard it. Understand, ye brutish among the people, and ye fools, when will ye be wise? He that planted the ear, shall he not hear? He that formed the eye, shall he not see? He that chastiseth the heathen, shall not he correct? He that teacheth man knowledge, shall not he know? The Lord knoweth the thoughts of man, that they are vanity. Blessed is the man whom thou chastenest, O Lord, and teachest him out of thy law, that thou mayest give him rest from the days of adversity, until the pit be digged for the wicked. For the Lord will not cast off his people, neither will he forsake his inheritance. But judgment shall return unto righteousness, and all the upright in heart shall follow it. Who will rise up for me against the evildoers? Or who will stand up for me against the workers of iniquity? Unless the Lord had been my help, my soul had almost dwelt in silence. When I said, my foot slippeth, thy mercy, O Lord, held me up. In the multitude of my thoughts within me, thy comforts delight my soul. Shall the throne of iniquity have fellowship with thee, which frameth mischief by a law? They gather themselves together against the soul of the righteous and condemn the innocent blood. But the Lord is my defense. My God is the rock of my refuge. And he shall bring upon them their own iniquity, and shall cut them off in their own wickedness. Yea, the Lord our God shall cut them off.
Mizmor Tzadei Dalet. Mizmor Tzadei Dalet. Psalm 94, Psalm XCIV, according to the Royal Order of the Ethiopian Hebrews, and here, Shema Yisrael, here after the order of Malachi, it's Tzedek. Today's daily Psalm, Mizmor Tzadei Dalet, Tzadei Dalet, Psalm 94, Plea for divine judgment, Mizmor Tzadei Dalet. The supreme judge invoked in the first two verses of today's daily psalm. El nikamot yaw, el nikamot hofia. Hiya naseh shofet haaretz, yashev gemul al gayim. O Jehovah, thou, El, true good, true God, to whom vengeance belongeth. Thou, El, true good, true God, to whom vengeance belongeth. Shine forth, El Nikamot Yahweh, El Nikamot Hofiyah. Lift up thyself, thou, the I, male, judge of the earth. Render to the proud their recompense. He naseh shofet haaretz, hasheva gumul al gayim. Hear the supreme judge, ha-shofet, the judge invoked. Today's daily psalm, according to the Royal Order of the Ethiopian Hebrews, Mizmor Tzadei Dalet, El Nikamot Yaw, El Nikamot Hofiyah. He naseh shofet haaretz, hasheva gemul al gayim. The tone, style, and matter of this mizmor, this psalm, this chant, contrasts sharply with the preceding and the succeeding psalms. Far from El, Ha'el, the true good, true God's sovereignty being acknowledged and enforced over the earth, over the earthly plane, a state of moral chaos prevails, in that justice is denied to those who need its protection, its protection most. Perhaps in this very idea is its place within the group to be explained. Psalm XCII, Psalm 93, proclaimed an ideal. Mizmor Tzadei Gimel proclaimed an ideal. This psalm, Mizmor Tzadei Dalet, Psalm 94, it dwells upon the stark realities that disclose so different a different world, so different a state of things, a state of things. The following psalms resume the joyful note because of unshakable assurance in the ultimate realization of the ideal. Who are the oppressors and the oppressed? Rephrase. Who are the downpressors and the downpressed? According to one Targum interpretation, foreign nations, nationalities, ethnicities, the Goyim, are acting ruthlessly against Israel. Others hold that lawless Israelites, lawless Bnei Yisrael, children, sons of Yisrael, deal unjustly with their brethren. It's this latter, the latter view is here adopted. Today's daily psalm, according to the Royal Order of the Ethiopian Hebrews, Mizmor Adai Dalet. El Nekamot, El Nekamot Hofiyah. Hinase Shofet Aharetz. Hasheva Gumul Al-Giyim. Today's daily psalm, opening 2 verses, the Supreme Judge invoked. In verses 3 to 7, the downpressors are described. In verses 8 to 11, the downpressors, their belief is refuted. In verses 12 to 15, the righteous will be vindicated. In verses 16 to 19, security in Elohim. In verses 20 to 23, unjust rulers doomed. Hear. Today's daily psalm, according to the Royal Order of the Ethiopian Hebrews, Mizmor Adai Dalet. El Nekamot, Yahweh. El Nekamot, Hofiyah. Hinase Shofet Aharetz. Hashev Gumul. Al-Giyim, O Jehovah, thou El Nekamot, the El of vengeance, to whom vengeance belongs, the El, true good, true God of vengeances. El Nekamot, thou El, to whom vengeance belongeth. Literally in the Hebrew, El Nekamot, the El of vengeances, the plural of intensity, El of great vengeance. El, who avenges thoroughly. El Nikamot, Yahweh. We must not associate any idea of vindictiveness with the word Nikamot. We must not associate any idea of vindictiveness with the word Nikamot, vengeance. It rather comes close to the word Hebraically for retribution. El Nekamot, the El of retribution. Vengeance is mine, and recompense literally is payment. For Yahweh, Jehovah will judge Amo, will judge his people. Devarim, Deuteronomy 32 and 35. 32 verse 35. Vengeance is mine, and recompense and payments. Ki Yahweh, for Jehovah will judge Amo, his people. The moment I and I recognize righteousness to be an essential quality of the divine nature, the divine nature, the nature of natures, the nature of natures, it is not possible to overlook the penal activity of the divine government. It is not possible for I and I to overlook the penal activity of the divine government. A righteous El, Ha'el, the true good, the true God, Eloheinu, cannot condone sin, Chatiyat, sin, uckery, crime, and inhumanity. When the righteous are downpressed and the wicked, the ratchet triumph, the psalmist and I deem it not only allowable, but their and I sacred duty to pray for the destruction, for the deconstruction of insolent rulers who poisoned the fountains of justice and crushed the poor, the widow, and the orphan. Thus we ride up the chant, El Nekamot, Yahweh, El Nekamot, Hofiyah, shine forth, Hofiyah, shine forth. Hear. This recalls Psalm 50, Psalm 50, Hebraically, the second verse of the 50th Psalm. Here we have Mizmor, the chant, Mizmor Nun. Mizmor Non? Mizmor Nun. 50th Psalm. Mizmor Le Asaf. El Elohim Yahuwah Diber Waya Yikra Aretz. Mia Mizrach Shemesh Adamebo. Mi Ziona Mi Kalala Yofia Elohim Hofia. Here in the 50th Psalm, Mizmor Non Nun, a Psalm of Asaf, Mizmor Lasaf, El Yahuwah hath spoken and called the earth from the rising of the sun to the going down thereof. El Elohim Yahuwah Diber Wayikra Mi Mizrach Shemesh Adamevo. Out of Zion, Mi Tzion. The perfection, the completeness, the perfection of beauty. Miklal Yofi. Miklal Yofi. The perfection, the completeness. Miklal Yofi. Elohim Hofiyah. Elohim Hofiyah. Elohim hath shined forth, hath shined forward, hath shined forth. Elohim, the true good, the true God, Hofiyah. As the sun illuminates the earth, the earthly plane, so Elohim brings light, brings illumination to the human mind and psyche and soul. The passage in Deuteronomy 33:2 seems to have been in the psalmist's mind, a connection right here with the idea of shining forth, Hofiyah. So here in the 50th Psalm, Elohim Hofiyah, Elohim have shined forth, is further shined forth or brought forward here in the first verse of today's daily psalm, Mizmor Tzadai Dalet. El Nikamot, Yahuwah, El Nikamot, Hofiyah. El Nikamot, the El of vengeances, the El of retribution, shine forth. Hinnaseh shofeta haaretz. Hasheva Gemul al Geim. Lift up thyself. Hinase. Lift up thyself. Shofet, judge. Shofet haaretz. Judge of the earth, judge of the earthly plane. Hinase. Lift up thyself. Shofet haaretz. Hasheva Gemul al Geim. Render, Hasheba, Gemul al Geim. Render to the proud, upon the proud, the Geim. Render to the proud their Gemul, their reward, their recompense. Render recompense to the Geim. Who are the Geim? The Geim are the men and the people who vaunt themselves in their high station and use their high station ruthlessly. Here, the groundation of today's daily psalm, a plea for divine judgment. El Nikamot, Yahuwah El Nikamot, Hofiyah. Hinnaseh shofet haaretz. Hasheva Gemul al Geim. 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 Geim. Admatai Rishaim. Yahuwah. Admatai Rishaim. Ya Elozu. Yabi'oa yitaberu ataka yitaamru kol po'le aven amekai Yahuwah yidakoa we nachlateka we anu almana we gira yahirogu we atomima yeratzehu wayomru lo yireh ya Wallo Yavin Elohe Yaiko. Here, today's daily psalm, Mizmor Tzadai Dalet, the 94th psalm, according to the royal order, Plea for divine justice. Here, picking up the Gamel, the third verse 3 to verse 7, the down presses The down presses are described. Admatai Rishaim Yahuwah Admatai Rishaim Yaelozu. Jehovah, how long shall the wicked exalt? Admatai Rishaim Yahuwah Admatai Rishaim Yaelozu. Yaelozu, how long? How long? Admatai Rishaim Yahuwah Admatai Rishaim Yaelozu. Yaelozu, how long will they exalt? How long? The question does not imply that El Nikamot Yahuwah, that Jehovah cannot put an end to their deeds of violence, but wonders why even he who he be, defers the exercise of his power. Admatai Rishaim Yahuwah Admatai Rishaim Yaelozu Yabi'uwa Yitabaru Ataka Yitamru Kola Po'elearin. They gush out, they speak arrogancy. Yabi'u Yidabru Atak. They gush out, they speak arrogancy. Yitamru Kol Po'elearin. All the workers of iniquity, of moral corruption, Arin. They bear themselves loftily. They gush out. The same verb translated elsewhere as belch. They belch out. They pour forth a stream of arrogant words. Yabi'u Yidabru Atak. They speak arrogancy. So we have Psalm 59. We look at Psalm 59 Hebraically, verse 8. This idea of they gush out. They gush out. In Psalm 59, Mizmor Nun 8, verse 8 Hebraically, behold, they belch out with their mouth. Hine yabi'unna befihem. Swords are in their lips. Chirabota besifatotehem. For who doth hear? Kimi shomea. This is what they say. Swords in their lips. They say, Kimi shomea. For who? Kimi shomea. For who doth hear? But here. They belch with their mouth. Behold, behold, look and see, here it is. Yabi'un, befihem. With their fee, their thigh, their pie, their mouth. The comparison in Mizmor Nun 8, the 59th Psalm, the comparison to dogs here in the 59th Psalm is dropped. And they are depicted as pouring forth a stream of malicious words that are as deadly as swords. Here the link with Psalm 57 and 5. Kimi shome'ah, for who doth hear? Elohim, they say they will pay no heed to the cry of the man they have marked down for destruction and interfere with their designs, or so they be naive. But here the connection of they belch out, they gush out, they pour forth, the sense of the Hebrew, yabi'u, they gushing out, they belching out, yidabru atak, them speaking atak, them speaking arrogancy. Linked with Psalm 31, verse 19, Hebraically speaking arrogancy, where the verb is amplified by with pride and contempt. Now, the context of the judge in today's daily psalm is also very, very connective here. So, the judge, he nase shofet aharetz, lift up thyself. Here come the judge. He nase shofet aharetz, thou, the I, judge of the earth. And here they're speaking out. Yedabru atak. them speaking out arrogancy, connected with Psalm 31. Psalm 31, verse 19. Let the lying lips be dumb that speak arrogantly against the righteous, with pride and contempt. Te alamna sifte shaker. Sifte shaker. The lips sifte shaker. The lie, the lips of lies. Let them be dumb. Te alamna. Te lamna. Let them be dumb, unable to speak their sifte shaker, their lying lips, that speak arrogantly. Ha dobrot. Ha dobro ta'alas adik atak. That speak atak. That speak arrogantly against the righteous. Ha dovrot. Alas adik atak. With, here amplified, with pride, be gaiva. Be gaiva. Vavuuz. Some would enunciate it vavuuz. But in Afro-Semitic pointed Hebrew, be gaiwa. Be gaiwa. Wabooz. Be gaiwa. Wabooz. With pride, gawa. And booze and contempt. And booze. With pride and contempt. Bear themselves, as it says, all the workers of iniquity, bear themselves loftily. Yitamru. Call po elei awen. Now, here, the translators, many of the translators have translated this as bear themselves loftily. Play at loud talk. This is the Hebraicism of it, the sense of yitamru. Right? Talking and, playing, call all po elei awen. All the po elei, the workers, the doers, call all po elei aven. All the workers of iniquity, of moral corruption, yitamru. They play at loud talk. They chatty patty. They play at loud talk. Amikai Yehovah, ye daku, we nachilateka, ye anu. They crush thy people. Amika, Yahovah, oh Jehovah, Yedaku. They crush. Yedaku. Amika, the I people. Amika Yehovah, Yedaku, the minority. By their downpressive government, keep the whole call Yisrael in subjection. And afflict thy heritage with nachilateka, nachilat, thy inheritance with nachilateka, ye anu. They afflict the heritage, in a sense they impoverish the heritage. Almana with gira, Yahirogu, they slay Almana, the widow, Almana, with the gir, and the stranger, the gir. They slay the widow and the stranger. We tomim, yeratzechu, and murder, and murder the tomim. We tomim, yeratzechu. So note here we have the word for slay, in the plural sense, Yahirogu to slay, and also Yeratzechu to murder. They slay, they murder. Widows and orphans are always mentioned as those who particularly suffer when the ruling class is corrupt. Here, the stranger, the stranger is included among the victims, in violation of the mitzvah, of the commandment that ordains for I fear treatment for him, according to second book of Moshe, the Hebrew book called Exodus 22 and 20. Yomru lo yir'eh ya, v'lo yavin Elohei Yaakov. And they say, Wayomru, and they say, Lo, Yireh, Yah, Jah will not see. Lo, Yireh, Yah, Lo, Yireh, Yah. They say that Jah will not see. So here Hebraically we have Yah, Yah, Lo, no, Yir'eh, 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 to see, he will see. Yah, no, he will see. Yah, bringing out in the Hebrew Targum, they say that Jah will not see. Will lo yavin Elohe Yaakov. Will lo yavin. Will lo yavin. Will lo yavin. Will lo yavin Elohe Yaakov. Neither will the Elohim of Jacob, Elohe Yaakov, give heed or understand. The sense of Yabin from Bana. He will not comprehend, not understand. Will lo Yabin Elohe Yaakov. The Hebrew Yah, Jah, found here, in their pride, these evil and ratchet men presume and assume to believe that Ha'el, Elohim, the true good, the true God, who rescued the suffering Bnei Yisrael, the Israelite sons, children of Israel, from the tyrant Pharaoh, will overlook their tyrannous, their despicable, tyrannous acts. He will not see. Here, with Psalm 10:11, in Psalm 10, verse 11, this same sense, right? Comparing Psalms of Psalms. In Psalm 10, verse 11, we have, he hath said in his heart, Elohim, El hath forgotten. He hideth his face, he will never see. This is what they say. Here in Mizmor Yod, Psalm 10, which is themed the prayer of the down press. Here, Hebraically, in verse 11, Amar be'libo, shachach el, he satira panayo, bala ra'a la netzach. He hath said in his heart, Amar be'libo, El hath forgotten. Shakach El, Shakach El, that El, true good, true God, Shakach, that El has forgotten. He satir panayo, he satir, that he has hidden, he has covered, hidden panayo, his face. Balara, not seeing la netzach, forever, forever. To the writer and the psalmist and I, pious mind, nobody could act in this manner who truly believe that Elohim paid attention to his creatures, his creation's actions. And so he ends his description of the wicked, of the ratchet, with the same psychological soul, logos, talk, analysis as at the beginning. It also makes a fitting transition to the concluding portion of the Mizmor, in that he and I and we calls upon Elohim to expose the falsity of that mental attitude and those kinds of mental attitudes. Here, the second section of today's daily psalm, a brief Targum and Midrash, a build, Mizmor Tzadai Dalet, verses 3 to 7, the down pressers. The down pressers are described. Here, verses 3 to 7. Ad matai risha'im Yahuwah, ad matai risha'im Ya'ilozu. Yabi'uwa yidabru ataka, yitamru kola po'le'arin, amika Yahuwah yidaku'u, we nachilateka ye'anu. Almana v'gera yahirogu, v'yetomima yeratzechu, v'yomru lo yireh ya, v'lo yavin Elohe Yaakov.
Yes, that verse 7 right there, verse 7, where it says that, wow, it says that they say what? They say that Yah will not see. Right? Yah will not see it. Actually, it's in two places. I pointed out verse 12. The next verse we're about to go to verse 12. But it's actually in two places where Yah is found. Let's just show it to you like this from the KJV comparison right here. Let's bring out this verse 7 right here. This is the verse right here that we just read. We ended off with Wayomru. Wayomru, wa and yomru. They say, Wayomru, lo yere ya, yere ya, yere, not seeing, not he seeing that ya. So you see where it says Lord here? This is actually not Yahuwah, but it's Yah. So we say like the Jah. They could have said that. And they say that Jah will not see, as they did with Psalm 68, verse 4. But here they say Lord and it becomes dubious because it's not Yahuwah, but it's Yah. Right? So they say, Wayomru lo yere Yah, lo yabin, Elohe Yaakov, lo yabin, lo and not, lo yabin. So when I say regard, KJV has guard as being here, right? Being, right? To discern, to understand. It's interesting in the Hebrew we have being, right? To understand, to discern, to consider being, right? And then we have bain, right? Bain, which means like between. So the idea of understanding is related to the word for between, like between this and that, between two things that are similar but not the same. Somebody who can kind of understand that difference there has a good sense of understanding. So here we have being. So they're saying that Yah will not see. Two things they're saying right here. This shows us how ratchet. Why they presume that Yah, lo yere Yah, lo yere la Yah, that Yah will not see, and that lo Yabin, right? That not comprehending, understanding Elohe Yaakov, that the Elohim of Jacob cannot or will not understand. Now, here we're going to scroll over these verses here. Understand ye brutish among the people, fools, when will you be wise? He that planteth the ear, interesting, planting the ear, yeah. He that planteth the ear, shall he not hear? Right? He that formed the eye, shall he not see? So implying that since Yahweh created the ear and the eye, right, that because you have an ear and an eye, he created it. How could you think that he cannot see? Right? He can hear through your ear and see through your eye if he chooses to. He that chasteneth or disciplines the heathen, the goyim, the other nations, right? The League of Nations, United Nations, shall not he correct? Shall he not correct? He that teacheth man knowledge. So man even has the ability to have da'at, knowledge from Yahweh. Yahweh knoweth the thoughts of man. Of who? Of Adam, right? Of Adam, of humanity, mankind, right? That they are what? That they are Habel. Interesting, this word is like for vapor, breath. Like we have Abel, remember Habel, Abel, but the word also is for like a vapor, breath, bringing out the sense of vanity, because a vapor, breath is not really sustainable. You know, like a breath is just here 1 second, going the next. Yeah. So Habel, right? They are vanity. His thoughts are like his breath. Here 1 moment, gone the next. Now this here brings us here to the Ashrei. Here says bless, but it's more the Ashrei, happiness. Right here, just to seal up. Right here, brothers and sisters and brothers. Right here. I know this is for the evening song, right? Well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But right here, happy is the strong man. Happy is Hageber. Check it.
Happy is the man. Ashrei hagever, asher te yasareinu ya o miatorateka te lamdeinu. Happy is the man.
Here actually is happy is the Geber. Ashrei HaGeber. Ashrei HaGeber. Right? Afro-Shemitic pointing, modern Hebrew. Ashrei HaGeber. Ashrei HaGeber. Asher Tiyasarenu Yah. So at verse 7 we have Yah, right? Or Jah hidden there, right? And at verse 12 right here. So happy, the happiness, Ashrei, the happiness of the Geber, of the strong man.
Happy is the man. Ashrei hagever, asher te yasareinu ya o miatorateka te lamdeinu. Happy is the man. Ashrei hagever. Happy is the Gever, Hageber. Ashrei hagever, asher te yasareinu ya. Whom thou instructest, O Jah, O Jah, Asher, Te Yasarenu, Yah. And teach us out of thy law. O mi Torateka, and O mi from Torateka, from the I, male law, male direction, instruction. O mi Torateka, Te Lamadenu. And teach us. Te Lamadenu. Te Lamadenu, here we have Talmud, the sense of Talmud. Te Lamadenu. Talmudim, Talmud, disciple, Talmudim, Te Lamadenu, O mi Torateka, Te Lamadenu, and teach us out of thy Torah, Torateka, O mi Torateka. Happy is the man, Ashrei HaGeber, the Geber, the Gibor, the Geber, the mighty man, the vigorous man, the man about that walk. Here we have in today's daily psalm, and here we are with Psalm 94. But this also is important because this psalm also is the psalm for the fourth day of the Shabuah. We have the psalm for the fourth day of the Shabuah. We have Psalm 94, what's known as the Wednesday psalm, the Wednesday evening psalm, the psalm for the middle of the Shabuah, the middle of the seven, the middle of what's called the quote week, the middle of the strong, the fourth day psalm, both according to the royal order of the Ethiopian Hebrews and also Judaically. Psalm 94 is the evening psalm for the fourth day called Wednesday. All right, so this is an important psalm right here, this meditation, this meditation. Zooming in right here, zooming in on verse 12. Ashrei, beatitude, the beatitude. In the New Covenant sense, Adonai Yeshua speaks on the beatitude. Blessed is. The blessed sense is not the Baruch sense, but the Ashrei, happy. KJV and other translations sometimes brings out this word as blessed, like in the first psalm, Ashrei ha'ish. Beatitude, the man, the ish. Beatitude, the beautiful attitude of the ish. Ashrei ha'gever. Ashrei ha'geber. Happy is the Geber. With this verse, we here compare and contrast Psalm 119, verse 71. In the Hebrew Bible, sometimes the numbering is one or so verse over, but the verse in Psalm 119, verse 71, around there about, it is good for me, for I, that I have been afflicted in order that I might learn thy statutes. It is good, it is good, it is good, it is good, it is good. Who says that? The righteous say that. The unrighteous, the ratchet can't say that. Oh, I was afflicted. I'm a good person. No. The righteous say, happy. Here we have this. It is good for me that I had been afflicted. Afash, that's verse 70. Here, verse 71. Li, good for me. Li, ki. Oneti, ki oneti. It is good that I have been afflicted. Li ma'an, so that. Elmad, chukeka, in order that I might learn thy hukeka, thy statutes. This verse here in Psalm 119, as compared with Psalm 94, verse 12, the Ashrei, the verse that reads Ashrei hagever, happy is the man. It compares with verse 67 in Psalm 119. Before I was afflicted, I did err. Before I was afflicted, taram, aine, ani, shogeg. I shaga. Ani shogeg. I did err. Swerve from the course. I did err. We'ata. But now, we'ata. Imrateka, the I word. The I is imrateka. Shamarti. I shomer. I hedge about. I observe. I hedge about. I keep the I, imrateka, wa'ata, imrateka, shamarti. This connects right here. We're in the 8th portion of Psalm 119. But zooming in right here and connecting it with here, Psalm 94, verse 12. Happy is the man. This is why we have said, and we say it again. It might offend you. The truth may be an offense, but it's not a uckery. It's not a sin. That it's good. It's good. What happened to the lost sheep, or what happened to I and I people of 400 years? That was good. You see, in the previous Torah portion, the Chukotai Torah portion, the 33rd degree, before we cross over here with the 4th book of Moshe at the 34th degree, it says, and if they shall confess, Vidui, from Yadaha. Yadaha, the same word we have Toda, Tawada, to give thanks. Stretch forth their hands to confess, to give thanks. Right? In other words, for Yashar El, for Yisrael, if you notice the Psalms, it speaks about the good, the bad, the ugly. Right? And in the spite of the good, the bad, and the ugly, we are giving praises. We are openly declaring. Many people pick up the Bible and say, oh, look what the Israelites did. Oh, look what David did. Oh, look what this one did. What did you do? What did you do? What did your people do? Do you ever admit in your sacred or writings, do you admit it, or do you bury your hide? Right? He will hide his uckery, shall not prosper. Shall not prosper. So it's good. It was good for I, for God's true people. Because this section here in Psalm 94, in Mizmor Tzadai Dalet, verses 12 to 15, speaks on the tzadikim, the righteous, being vindicated, will be vindicated. Happy is the man whom thou instructest, O Jah. Here we have Jah in the Hebrew. Asher tiyasarenu Yah, and teachest, Telamdainu, Talmud, Talmid, disciple, who you disciple, umitorateka, that thou mayest give him rest from the days of Ra'ah, from days of evil, until the pit be digged, la Rasha, for the ratchet, the Rasha. For Jehovah will not cast off his people. Counterfeit Christianity will like you to make you believe that Jah has cast off his people, but the word clearly, and the reality clearly is that Jehovah will not cast off Amo. Neither will he forsake his inheritance. Neither will he forsake his inheritance. For right shall return to justice. What the lost sheep will say, no justice, no peace. But the right, what's the right? The right must return to justice. Ki adas edeka, yashuva mishpata. And all the upright, and all who? And all the upright in heart to call, shall follow it. Where acherayo, call yishrei lev. Call all yishrei, all the yasha yishrei, upright, call yishrei lev. The upright in heart shall follow. Here's someone say, I don't follow nobody, I don't follow, I'm not a follower, I'm not hater, I'm not, yeah, okay, whatever. But for the righteous, the sufferings that the human being is called upon to endure may be accepted by him as, maybe, choice. It's all about choice, the choice factor. May be accepted by him as Elohim, Hakadosh Baruch Hu, the Holy One. Blessed be he. His method of disciplining, discipleshiping, disciplining, and instructing him in an understanding and understanding, so you can come to an overstanding of divine, the divine providence, seeing beforehand, the provision, If, keyword. That was a key word in the 3rd book. If a man seeks to sacrifice, if a man, this is how he should do it. If he accepts the experience in that spirit, in that irit, with that heartically, then truly he is Ashrei HaGeber, Torateka, the Torah, used in a Hebraic sense. The Hebrew sense is a general sense of Elohim's self-revelation. The Torah is Hakadosh Baruch Hu, the Holy One, blessed be he, his self-revelation, his revelation of himself to man, to humanity, that thou, the I, may give him rest from the days of evil. Le hashakita lo. Mi me ra'a, from the days of rara, until the pit be digged for the ratchet. Ada yikare, la rasha, shachat, until the shachat, the shachat, until the pit, the shachat be digged. Yikare, ada yikare la rasha, shachat, until the shachat be digged for the rasha. For Jehovah will not cast off his people. Give him rest. What does it mean to give him rest? Le hashkita lo. This does not mean to make him physically secure, physically secure, but mentally reassured, psycho-spiritually reassured and fortified. A good parallel here for the use of the verb. Lehashkit lo, lehashkit. The good parallel here is from Yeshaya, Isaiah 7:4. Be quiet, fear not, neither let thy heart be faint. Be quiet. You know, like when one says, I can't complain. Well, won't complain, all right? Not in this mind, when we let this mind be in I and I. In St. John chapter, Kedush Yohanes chapter 14, verse 27, the bequest of shalom. Shalom I leave with you. My shalom, shalomi, I give to you. Not as the world giveth, give I to you. Let not your heart be troubled, neither make it be afraid. Neither make it be afraid. Notice this right here. This is in our power. Some people, when they read this, they think they can pray and ask, oh, Lord, don't let me be troubled. No, that's for you to do. Your heart is yours. That's for you to do right there. Let not thy heart be troubled. It says, be quiet. It's a command. Be quiet. Be quiet from all the, from all the unrest. All right? Fear not, neither let thy heart be faint. The man who has accepted Ha-Elohim, the true good, the true God's Talmud, his instruction, direction, will not lose heart or faith, emun, in the days of trial and tribulation. Why? Because he is convinced, he's persuaded that a day of reckoning will come. Now let's recall the opening verse of the 94th Psalm, Adai Dalet. El Nikamot, Yahweh, El Nikamot, Hophiyah. O Jehovah, thou the I El, to whom vengeance, retribution belongeth. Thou El, true good, true God, to whom vengeance, retribution belongeth. Shine forth, Hophiyah, shine forth, until the pit be digged for the wicked. Ada yikareh, la rasha, shachat. Pit be digged. Pit be digged. Pit be digged. We have this also in Psalm 7:16 as well as Psalm 57:7. For Jehovah will not cast off his people. Ki lo yitish. Yahuwah amo. Neither will he forsake his inheritance. We nachelato lo ya'izov. Lo Ya'izov, he will not cast off. It's unthinkable. Don't even think about it. Don't even think that way. That Ha-Elohim, that the true good, the true God, Ha-Kadosh Baruch Hu, would abandon Yisrael to the ravages of the lawless ruling classes and asses of the of the donkeycrats. All right, especially for the people in this event horizon. For the right shall return to justice. Ki ada tzedek yashu mishpat. For the right. The Hebrew term for justice, mishpat. Mishpat. What is mishpat? From shapat or shafat. It means the administration of law, the administration of Torah, God's direction, instruction. It will again be governed by equity. It will again be governed by tzedek, for righteousness. Ki ada tzedek yashuv Yashuv will return. Mishpat will return to justice. And then we will have true shalom. Justice and peace in Jah Torah. Faith with works is living in the liberty of His divine majesty. HaKadosh Baruchu. Baruch Hashem. Hashem. Ashrei Hagever. Asher te yasareinu ya. Umi torateka te lamadeinu.
Yes. Happy. The man, the strong man, whom thou instructest and teachest him out of thy Torah. Hopefully ones have been taught by the Spirit, the truth right here, and we continue to pray for a day. Pray for that day will come here on the outro.
I would just say give thanks. You don't know reggae.fr.
Yes,
there's something go for the blessing, for the defending of the reggae music since 25 years. You don't know reggae 24/7, the best music. Enough respect, Sasha, and the whole crew. The thing of the king of fire. Reggae.fr. What am I Society. Equal rights and justice for all. Rise and never fall. Ooh. So what they gonna do? Well, not for them not true. Them this reggae FR and get slew, yeah. Who do you think you are? We're living in a small world. As wicked as you think you are, we're living in a small world. But as you think you are, we're living in a small world. Tough as you think you are, we're living in a reggae.fr. Hey! That day will come when I shall stand and see all those wicked men in the fire getting burned. That day will come when they will try to escape, when there will be nowhere to run. That day will come when I shall see them hanging over bombs and bayonets and bullets and guns. That day will come when Emperor Selassie shall rise the whole of the reggae FR youth them from the slum, yeah. And that day I will love to see their face for all those who related to the human race and try to take things out of place, run away to space, through them in a ace, wow. If you want a judgment, you want to get a taste. When them find out say that them can't escape, sadness they send and the people them chase. Smile on my face, that day will come when I shall stand and see all those wicked men in the fire getting burned. That day will come when they will try to escape, when there will be nowhere to run. That day will come when I shall see they hanging over bombs and bayonets and bullets and guns. That day will come when Emperor Selassie shall rise the whole of the reggae FR you them from the slum. Can't escape today, can't escape tomorrow. Make sure you pay back anytime you borrow. Make sure you don't live no life in a sorrow. Make sure you're lean and straight like arrow. Make sure your brains don't push out in a barrow. Make sure you don't make them walk out and borrow. Yeah, make sure your meditation is narrow. Reggae.fr. Alright then, take it up. I will remain the same. Healing Rastafari name. And watch them going up in flames. For all those innocent going down the drain. You have to pay for these shackles and chains, and pay for these washing of the brain, and pay for these guns and cocaine, the sick and the lame. Oh, that day will come when I stand and see all those wicked men in the fire getting burned. That day will come when they will try to escape, when there will be nowhere to run. That day will come when I shall see they handing over bombs and bayonets and bullets and guns. That day will come when Emperor Selassie shall rise the whole of the reggae. They fight them from the slum. Keep it burning. Reggae.fr, reggae.fr, coming from so far.
Lion of Judah.
Over 25 years, playing reggae music, defending the music. We never yet refuse it. I know we're not gonna lose it. when we concluded. Bless up.
Yes. Yeshua Shalom, y'all. Have a blessed night, blessed break of day, good day in Yeshua's way, in the way, the truth, and life, the King of Kings Christ. Right here, midnight, judge the pride. Yes, I. Yeshua Shalom, Shalom,
Every city, state, county, every intellectual institution is only a set of interactions. It's only a body of relations, human relations. So each one is a subset, you see, of human family. There's been enough examples, you see, of scientific envy. Invented everything and can't harness their emotion. Building bigger and a falsified foundation. Their self-view, worldview was the root of their intentions. Snobbish, elitist aspirations. Dismiss creations, hard evidences. I'm watching them 360 to the Ethiopians. It's a fine and comedic conscience, trying to avoid embarrassment. No. The deep space eye that's looking, the deep water eye that's looking, and the Hubble bring back pictures, it's the same thing. From the atom of a carbon to hurricane, and the spiral in the knowledge of the surfing look like cell replications of the person, and the knowledge that remains still elusive. And the Selassie I originally came with. The tetrahedral that they tripped up the scene with, that's the high priest of the molecule work with. Rush into the singularity to rupture the time with. The monumental megalithic mind they openly covet. Any one human mind is more complex than anything you build. Still among the insects. Still among the insects. As the abstract thought has chemical representation and tangible MRI, so it's real, then your word coded to crystallize. Then they're sitting in the critical ruling place of pride, and ethics and moral was long ago put aside to reserve space for discovery and patents and copyright. So there's a rich history of animals using disguise, of the prey and of the predators alike. Must seem to them to be alike, studying everything that needs not sunlight. Everything that needs not sunlight, yes. You judge the pride. Okay.
Lion of Judah Society.
Lion of Judah shall break every chain.
Lion of Judah Society.
Okay.
Lion of Judah Society. Lion of Judah Society.